All right.
Start. You guys want to get started? Yeah. Here's what you're doing. Okay, great. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Special public budget meeting, Ridgewood Village Council, March 2nd, 2020. The time is 5:03 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled. Same is provided by law, and a schedule including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Deputy Mayor Knudsen?
Here.
Councilman Seaton?
Here. Here.
Councilman Boyd?
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh? Mayor Hache is absent.
I think he's on his way, actually. Everybody, please stand for the flag salute. Please join us in a moment of silence for our men and women serving our nation and our first responders. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll start with public comment. I think we have a microphone. Anyone who wants to make a comment, there's a microphone there. Just state your name, address, and your comments are appreciated and welcome. So step right up. Any public comment? Great. Yes, even though we know your voice can carry, we have to make sure everyone hears you.
Is this where?
Yep, you're good.
Richard Brooks, 777 East Ridgewood Avenue. I'm here to support the submission made by the Parks Recreation Department. Speaking as chair of the Parks Recreation and Conservation Board, and a member of this board for a pretty long time. I think it's more than 10 years now. I am continually amazed at the work that this group of professionals and dedicated people, residents, have done for the village. That work will continue. I ask you to support them in what they ask for today, which I know is not much, but it's important that their work continue. Of all the organizations in town, with the exceptions possibly of the school, the Parks and Recreation Department deals with thousands of residents every year, from the youngest residents to the oldest residents, doing programming, recreational activities, obviously sports. This group of people does a lot with a very little. And I think that it's amazing when you look at this, the work that they've done over the past 10 years, especially in the last year where we've actually taken on new projects, new sports, pickleball, which I didn't know about until this year, new activities at the pool, new audiences, physically challenged people who now have opportunities that they didn't have before. These are important things for all of the residents to know. But more important, they're important things for all of the residents to be able to take advantage of. With all of the beautiful parkland that we have and the activities going on in those parks, plus all of the areas, the wildscapes that we have, that this professional staff is responsible for, it's just amazing that, the few people that we have actually do all the work. So I'm not going to quote numbers. Nancy can do that very, very well. But what I would ask is for your continued support in the work that they do. And I hope that we can get a great head of steam going into 2020, 2021. Thanks.
Thank you. And just for the record, let the record reflect that Mayor Hache has joined the meeting at 5:07 p.m. Thank you, Rich. Sorry. Anyone else?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Halliday. I'm here as president
Cynthia, is that on? Just tap it first. See if we just get a... No, try again. I can hear you. Yeah, it's got a peak.
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
All right. I am Cynthia Hallaby, 374 Evergreen Place, Ridgewood. And I appear to you this evening as President of the Conservancy for Ridgewood Public Lands. Since our inception about 7 years ago, we have worked very closely with the Parks Department, and we have developed a fantastic relationship and great respect for the talent and commitment of all the various members of the department. Parks and Rec serves a most useful function in providing a healthy and environmentally responsible home to Ridgewood residents. And I urge you to fully fund their budget request for maintaining and adding to the tree canopy and to improving and maintaining the plantings in our various parks. We are fortunate that Ridgewood was designed with many green areas, and it is imperative that we have sufficient manpower to keep and maintain these spaces. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this still? Yeah, it's still on. It would be easier for me if I could just sit down. I'm here to support the Parks Department. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Andrew Lowry, 441 Hawthorne Place. I'm speaking for the Shade Tree Commission, and I'm here to support the Parks Department budget. Well, actually, request for 2020. Actually, we're recommending that you spend more than what is going to be recommended by Nancy, and let me tell you why. The canopy, the shade trees, and the trees in the central business district really should be thought of as infrastructure. And how's that? They're a long-term investment that provides clear economic, and there's lots of data to back that up, human health and aesthetic benefits, all of which can be quantified. Infrastructure requires maintenance. It has a predictable, useful life, at the end of which it has to be replaced. If infrastructure is not maintained and allowed to deteriorate, it is more expensive to restore. What trees in the tree canopy are not, or should not be, is a discretionary expense that varies from year to year that is spent when there's money left in the budget. We all know that the tree infrastructure in Ridgewood has been allowed to decline over the past decade. This council has done more than most to address that. But we probably have lost 2,000 of the 12,000 trees that we have. So last year we cut down 250 and we planted 110. Again, much better, but that's clearly not enough. What we think we need is 250. Excuse me, we need 150,000, and that will add an additional 100 trees, approximately, depending on the budget, the bidding, over and above what we take down. So what we're saying is, let's start thinking about putting something back into the void that was created over the years. One final point is, when you take down a 60-foot oak and you replace it with a 7-foot oak, it's not the same. You need 7 trees, 10 years old, to have the same effect.
Thank you.
So let's get going now.
Thank you.
Hello,
Good evening.
everyone.
I'm Nancy Brennan Hill, 136 Doremus Avenue, Ridgewood. And about the trees, I have been writing to you all for months about them, and Mayor Hatchie is always kind enough to write back and say that we're going to do a tree study. And I'm delighted to hear that that's finally going to be done. But without some money to back it up, it's just going to be data. And we all know, even before the tree study is done, that we have a net loss of about 200 trees in a good year. And this has gone on not for a decade, but for multiple decades. So I think we need a pile of money to start fixing this situation. And I think we also need a I think we also need a long-term plan. Like if we're minus 2,000 trees, how many are we going to put back this year, the next year, the year after that? That involves money. There's just no way around it. And I think people in Ridgewood would like to see the plan, and I think they'd also like to have a report about how much progress has been made in, in achieving various milestones of the plan. So, thank you all.
Thank you. Anybody else? Public comment? All right, we'll close public comment and move. Oh, one more? All right.
Hello? Hi? Okay. It's working. Hi, everyone. My name is Małgosia Gru. I live on Oak Street in town now. I used to live on Lenox. And I moved to this town about 15 years ago, and I was absolutely enchanted with it. And one of the reasons was that the trees in this town were breathtaking. The canopy and the cathedral-like feel of certain streets was just this is where I wanted to be. This was choice made very consciously because of that. And of course, town was lovely, and there were other reasons. So we create environment, and then environment creates us back, and it's sort of maybe not understood by everyone how absolutely important trees are. I lived in Los Angeles where people were not taking care of the trees very carefully, and it was felt, and it just didn't create very often a beautiful environment, and Ridgewood was that beautiful environment. So I was very impressed with this town because of it. I thought this is a sign of very sophisticated societies to really make sure that these wonderful canopies or trees are here for us and for later generations. So I would ask you to consider it an important part of our lives, and the fact that we do pay attention and we do care here. So that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start our discussion items. The first department is emergency services, so I'll have the Chief of Emergency Service, Ryan Severia, come up and present his budget. We'll present 2 or 3 goals from 2019 that were achieved, and then 2020 goals going forward, and any major changes in your budget as well.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Others. So for 2019, we had, as everybody's aware, we had an interesting year, a little difficult year, as most departments probably did in terms of budget goes. What's that?
It's on.
Is that microphone on?
Still no. Speak loud enough, but I know the tape can't hear me. That one. That was a little louder. A little different game.
Better, Chief.
We were able to beat some of our targets in 2019 as far as spend goes with respect to medical supplies, even though things are continuing to get more expensive, because we instituted a different method of tracking our supplies, and we have gone down to we used to have the better part of 6 people ordering supplies. We've brought that back down to 1 or 2 people ordering supplies and not keeping as many supplies on hand, so we were able to see a benefit there, where we don't have the storage of some of the expiring materials kept on hand, which we're hoping to continue through 2020 to see more of a benefit of where we can better manage our supply based on shipments from our vendors that we get next day service, so we don't have an issue of out of stock for anything that is necessary, but we're also not keeping on hand 30 gallons of normal saline when we don't need it. Also in 2020 we were able to keep a better eye on our equipment through better tracking of preventative maintenance, mileage, reporting of concerns from our members, and then that getting relayed over to the garage and them having a much better response last year to our concerns has kept everything in service a little bit longer and everything in a little better condition. So we're hoping that will also continue through 2020 as well. And then, as I mentioned in the past, we were continuing able to bring on new volunteers. We did in December. We were bringing 6 folks in. We have another 2 right now going through the EMT class. So we are continuing to go through that recruitment phase where we're bringing in new faces, both young and old, from the community to help the department move forward. And we do have a department goal for 2020, obviously, to continue with the retention and recruitment of new members for the department, and we track that metric every month to make sure that we're going down that road. And if any of you folks want in on that, any of my members that bring me in a member that comes onto the department, I buy them free ice cream. So if anybody brings me a volunteer, I will bring you an ice cream sundae. We did have a handful of minor increases to the operating budget from 19 to 20. And that most of those are around maintenance of supplies and equipment, and obviously materials and supplies. For EMS, as everybody's aware, medical supplies and medical equipment continuously go up in price. And as we move to changing the scope of practice for EMTs every year, there are more things we have to maintain and purchase. This past when did we do it? The end of January, we moved to have albuterol as a medication administered by EMTs on the ambulance. So now we have to maintain stock and materials and supplies for that, which we weren't doing in the past. And that will continue as the state moves to change the curricula for what's available for an EMT to do in the state. There's things on the horizon for intubation. There's things on the horizon for blood glucose levels. So we'll be continuously moving forward with the scope of practice. And then the maintenance comes down to a lot of it was, as you guys heard from last year, 18 going into 19, we spent a lot of money on maintaining heat and air conditioning at our facility. We did have a capital budget item in for 2019 to replace the units. You guys did award a contract through the signal department to replace one of those units several months ago. We're still going through that process. So with that said, we still have to maintain the units that are there to keep the building both hot and cold. So that maintenance item will continue. And then as things age, we're required, obviously, to maintain those things. So we're looking to do maintenance on things like our Lucas devices. The batteries in those devices have a finite life cycle, and then they have to be replaced. And as we've had them for 3 years now, we're getting into a phase where some of those consumable items will have to be replaced, which is why you'll see some of that increase. I believe that's all we really increased for the budget. We're fairly flat across all the other items from 19 to 20. I don't know if anybody has any questions on any particular item in the budget.
You know what? We'll have you do your capital as well.
I have that here. You want to go through that right now too? Yeah. So we did show you a projection for some capital items through the next several years, as well as things we're looking to complete for projects for this year, for 2020. As I mentioned, since we are carrying more and more medication on our ambulances, you'll see the first line item listed there is temperature-controlled medical storage cabinets. So we're required to store our medications at what is considered manufacturer specification or generally controlled room temperature. And if you've ever been in a garage in the summertime, you'll know that that is not a controlled space. The ambulances will routinely reach an interior temperature of 90 degrees or more, which is technically out of the range of a storage condition for medical medication. Aspirin, epinephrine, albuterol are all supposed to be stored in what is considered controlled room temperature. So those cabinets are to outfit the other 2 ambulances we have, plus the first responder, with a controlled temperature storage container. We have one in our newest ambulance. When we did buy it, we did install it at that time, but this would allow us to retrofit the other vehicles.
Just read off for what's recommended, because that's what's in the budget now, based on the time when we met with all the directors to
Yes.
decide what's, okay, so that wasn't in the medical storage cabinets was not in the recommended.
Oh, I don't know. I don't have a list of what was recommended.
Okay.
I never received that, I don't believe.
I meant to send it to you the other day. It's the
So where did you go?
Light Tower 187, and the pulse examiner
Okay,
upgrade,
okay.
and the
First responder.
first responder
Okay.
truck.
All right, I get you. Yeah, I didn't get that email, so
I didn't send it. I saw.
we'll go down that road. That's fine, totally fine. So the second one you see on the list there, when we purchased the replacement to our vehicle 187, we did retrofit the vehicle for provisions for a light tower to be put on the roof. That light tower is used for EMS operations, for operations involving various village departments, police, fire, water, shade tree, so that they can successfully complete a safe operation in the nighttime. Whether it's a tree down, a water main break, an accident on the highway. The size of the vehicle is much smaller than you will see from the fire department, which allows it to be placed in a residential driveway in locations where the fire department can't get quick access, which allows us to provide them a safer working environment, typically in the back of homes, when there is some sort of fire or some other event that they can't get to. So that is just a vehicle-mounted unit that doesn't require more than one person to deploy. It is self-contained. You drive, park, press a button, and everything works. Remote control, tethered by about 12 feet, so you can get an aerial view of where you're at to be able to light whatever scene it is for whichever department we typically support. And as I said, we will be out. Right now, we do a lot of work with manual lighting and carry them around, but this does allow a much faster and safer deployment for those operations that are timely in nature. The next one that was mentioned is an upgrade to pulse oximetry. So right now, the EMTs carry a tool in the ambulance that allows them to maintain a visual of how much oxygen is saturated in the blood flowing in the person. The upgrade here listed is to allow also to see how much CO is in the blood. And that comes into play with the wintertime, obviously, in homes where there is maybe a malfunctioning heating unit or a malfunctioning furnace or stove, which is going to generate more CO, which you can't see, taste, or smell. That will allow us to determine on a quicker basis what's going on with the patient, why they're having their trouble breathing or they're having the medical emergency at the time. This is also something that's used at fire scenes. So whenever we do fire rehab, as the firemen go in and use a Scott bottle, they go out 2 bottles, they come to EMS, and they get evaluated. And this lets us have a baseline of what their standard CO in the blood is, and then lets us see if it's changed during the fighting the fire, and do they have to sit out or can they go back in. So we're able to see a lot more information about the patient or the fireman at the time before they go off to the hospital, to whether or not they can go back to fight or they can then go rest for a little while before we release them to be working again. So that's where that is. And unfortunately, as you see, those devices are somewhat expensive. We're upgrading all of our devices. It's basically a software upgrade and a new sensor. The sensor has different color wavelengths of light, which is getting shined at the finger, which will allow it to determine oxygen versus carbon monoxide. And then the last that you see here is the replacement of the first responder. So we have 2 listed on the list. So what we're planning to do here is to replace our unit 188, which is a, I have that written out here. Pulse ox. Stretch here. So this is going to get slightly confusing, but it is a 2006 Chevy Tahoe in the neighborhood of 45,000 miles on the truck at this time. That vehicle is still usable, but what we're planning to do is to replace the next truck, which is Unit 182, which is a 2006 Ford Expedition. That unit has 87,000 miles on it. And that unit is having an issue with the transmission as well as the engine and some rust problems and water leakage. So what we're planning to do is to replace the first responder with a new vehicle of the same type. So we're looking to purchase a first responder of another Chevy Tahoe, much like you see with the police department, fire department using off-state contract. The current first responder, which is a 2006 Tahoe with the lesser mileage and less problems, will be rolled up to replace Unit 182, which is no longer really serviceable, and then that unit will get retired. And then we'll be able to run at a lesser hard use what is the current first responder for several more years before that would then need replacement. So we're just trying to make the most of the apparatus that we have to still be able to perform the mission successfully and not have anything that is failing that is listed as a frontline truck.
Were there any questions?
Yeah, what are the, on your operating budget,
Yes.
account number 017, volunteer incentives, 78,000, you're going from 6 to 78,000. Just tell me a little bit about that.
Volunteer incentives. We're going from which number?
You're going from 2019, which is, well, actually, wow. Your actual budget was 63. Is that what we spent? Or did we only appropriate 6,000 from that?
Okay. So that 211,000 for 19 included the 78. So look under 2019 budget appropriations, 211.
Yeah.
That includes the 78, right?
Okay.
Okay, but the question is, Ryan, what the incentives are for?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the incentives, so in lieu of doing a LoSAP program for the department, it was decided in years past that we were going to offer the volunteer a stipend for their time served. So if they meet a minimum number of meetings and drills for the quarter, the volunteer is granted a clothing allowance of $250 for making the base number of minimum events. And then they're then paid out hours on call in blocks of 5 hours. Mm-hmm. So as they volunteer their time on the ambulance for their shift, the typical shift is 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. They're going to do 2 time blocks during that time if they're standing by for that whole shift. So they're getting a very, very small monetary compensation for that time, and then they're going to get an additional compensation if they take what is considered an off-shift call, so a general call, which is a call where they're potentially not on the shift but home having dinner or whatnot. They're going to be compensated again for that time. So this is just basically we're instead of doing the pension program, this is the alternative to that we've instituted.
Okay, thank you.
The slight increase you would see from 2018, 2019 through now is, as you know, we're currently staffing daytime Saturdays as a volunteer shift. So there'd be an increase for the time covered for that day.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So going back to cap budget, the 188, that Tahoe is an 06 and the Expedition on the vehicle inventory is an 08. Is that accurate?
Yes. The Expedition is the 2006 and the Tahoe is also 2006, same year.
Okay. They're 06 or 08?
Yeah, they're both 06.
Okay. I must have gone down the wrong column. Okay, and then is the Expedition is much bigger than the Tahoe, or they're comparable?
They're generally the same size,
Okay.
Slightly different shape. The Expedition sits a little taller, but it is the same amount of seats.
Okay. So I actually want to go back to the temperature control medical storage cabinet because you actually sold me on that. I thought it was like something we really needed. And I just wanted to ask, because when you went through that whole review, is that something, because when we realized that it's not in the recommended, is that something that is essential? Is that?
Well, we're getting by at the moment we do have USB monitors that we put in all of our containers that store medication. So we monitor the temperature. The temperatures are often sometimes out of range. So we do potentially shorten the life of some of our medications. Like if you read the manual that comes with an EpiPen, while it's stored in either cold or hot conditions, you potentially will degrade the medication, which will make it become cloudy, which will then make it have less of a shelf life. So that's, so we're potentially going to be discarding some things sooner than we should be. Technically speaking, you're not holding it in the manufacturer's recommended storage condition, but it's not something that we're not monitoring and trying to ensure that we're keeping it in the best place possible. So we will keep, like certain vehicles, the bags are kept inside versus in an exterior cabinet. So we try to keep them out of the weather as best we can. Obviously, the next several ambulances we buy, and if we do get approval to purchase the new first responder, that truck would, part of the build would include that as part of the truck spec.
But, I mean, obviously the medications are expensive, and so the temperature.
Yes, I mean, that's where we're
control
hoping,
sure.
we were hoping we were going to get there, but I understand, money is tight and all departments have needs, so, it is obviously something that.
So then my other question was, on the light unit tower 187?
Yes.
We don't currently have one of those?
We have one unit on a different truck, yes.
So that.
The unit we replaced had one, but that went with the truck. It's not serviceable. So when we upgraded the van, it was a cargo van that had the light tower on it. When we purchased the new vehicle, it wouldn't fit in the budget, so that was removed from the spec. So we technically are down one net from where we started when that truck was purchased new.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So obviously, our best hope is if we don't get everything funded here, to try to fund it by other means if we can. We'll try to sneak it through. Maybe we'll look for some grants and things of that nature, as we're always open to try to find some funding for some of these things.
For the temperature control medical storage cabinet, but that was 18, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
So I'll just add to that. There's actually a class action lawsuit right now where they determined, I think Stanford University determined that this medicine, I can't recall, I just read the article, because of the change in temperature, it changed the makeup of the drug, and the drug became toxic.
Right, yeah, there are some studies around
Yeah.
that. Epinephrine, thankfully, is not,
Yeah.
has been studied because people keep it in their handbags, they
Yeah.
keep it in their cars.
Yeah.
That one's a little more stable. Aspirin doesn't degrade as much. We don't have a whole lot of medications at the moment, but there obviously are more and more being added to the EMT curricula as time goes on.
Yeah.
Like I said, we just added albuterol, which we're temperature controlling. So it's something that obviously as we move through time, it's going to be a required item.
It literally was just in the news, I think,
yeah.
last week or the week before. So, I just have, I guess, another question about the vehicles. So, I know that you had come to us for the other vehicle. So what is the use of each vehicle? I guess to
in this case,
to kind of get an hour idea of which vehicles are in and out. What's the timeline?
The Unit 188, the first responder, is an EMS first responder. So there's somebody on the duty crew on the ambulance that takes that truck home.
Okay.
They're going to, or sometimes they will leave it and they'll stay in Douglas Place. They're going to take that truck with one person. So they're going to go right to the scene. Okay. They're not going to wait for the remainder of the crew. The crew is going to meet them there with the ambulance. Okay. And if they're on the scene, they're never, not never, but typically they're not going to the hospital with the crew. Their job is to stay in that truck. So if there's a second call or a third call, they leave the scene, the crew treats the patient, they go to the next call. And it allows care to be administered faster.
Okay.
Typically, like I said, it's going home with them, so it's parked in the driveway, and then they leave from home. They don't go to the building. They go directly to where the emergency is.
Excuse me.
The other vehicle that, like I said, we're hoping to roll one up into that place, Vehicle 182, which is the Expedition, that is the OIC, or Officer in Charge vehicle. That's the, lack of a better term, the chief's car, if you would. So that is what is managing operations. So anytime there is an incident where there's necessitates somebody to take that command role, so we have more than one car accident with multiple patients, we have more ambulances on the road, we have any sort of large-scale event, emergency, fire, anything in that nature, that is used to command, control, and manage resources.
Okay.
So I just have two questions. One, You want to maybe just go back and check the years on those, because I have the vehicle inventory, and it shows that Expedition is an '08 and the Tahoe is an
It could be,
06.
it could be.
Yeah, and I don't, not that it's...
Could totally be a typo.
Yeah,
I
no,
will
no,
accept
it's
that.
not a big deal. I just, it was just interesting that it was, I don't know the mileage on it. But the other thing is, and this is actually to Bob Rooney, that temperature control medical storage cabinet, can we put that in a hold column and see what that does to us? Because it's not a lot of money, but just based on Councilwoman Walsh's review of an article and based on what the chief has stated, I almost feel like it's not a lot of money, but it sounds like a pretty important thing, and I'd want to make sure that we can rely on the stability, proper storage, and subsequent stability of any
Sure.
medication. So I think that sounds like an important item we should put in a hold column. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Ryan. Thank you. Chief.
Just one
Yes.
other question. Do you know what your revenues were last year?
We have the final number. I don't think we have it here.
Bob, do you know? Yeah.
I sent it out, I want to say a month ago. I have it in my email.
Zantac.
Zantac.
Zantac. The drug was Zantac, by the way.
Zantac? Okay, yeah, well, thankfully, it's not one we do carry at the moment.
7,000.
He was faster.
And how's that compare to 2018? Flat?
It's slightly down from the previous year.
Okay. And so what are we going to budget the same thing for next year?
I can only budget what's I collected.
Okay, so from a previous year. Yes.
From 19, I can
Yeah,
only
okay,
budget.
got it.
And to that topic, we are in constant conversation with our billing company that we use to determine how or if there's anything that we're doing as far as reporting or charting or documentation-wise that is potentially causing any sort of non-payment, if you will.
So I mentioned this before, but I'm happy to help as far as making sure that the charges that you guys are charging are appropriate for this area. I mean, the last time we looked at this, you were significantly lower than a lot of the other municipalities in this area, and we adjusted those.
We did. It was about
Yeah.
2.5 years ago.
Yeah. We should probably do the same, because there may be an opportunity to increase some revenue there. So, all right.
And we did. We were down in general, volume-wise, in total number of calls, maybe in the neighborhood of 50. It wasn't a huge number, but there were just less emergency calls this year that will take a small chunk of that out.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Chief, just going back to the chief's vehicle that you mentioned.
Yes.
So I'm assuming there's a particular type of equipment that goes into that truck.
Yes.
Right. Any other model vehicle that could accommodate that type of equipment, other than like a Tahoe or?
Typically, no. I mean, you could potentially do it in a small pickup truck. Anything that has a generous amount of cargo space where you can place radios, generally workspaces to write or document on, and then store the various equipment. Most of also, if this does go to plan, that equipment will get reused. So we will move it from one vehicle to the next. So we're not purchasing new equipment for the current truck. We would put that from the current truck into the old first responder truck, and then move all that stuff to the next new truck that's still serviceable. So radios, computers, that kind of thing.
So 100% of that equipment is movable?
Everything that's in the current truck, yes. Yeah, our guys more than likely will do it in-house, so they'll remove the radios and put them in the back of the truck that's there.
Okay.
I mean, there'll be a small amount of spend on changing the vehicle decals, because obviously one says one thing on it and one says something else, so you'd have to update that so they have to have a correct mission on the side. Yeah, the intent is to reuse.
Any other questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ryan.
All right, appreciate your time.
So the next departments kind of all go together, so I'll just have people come up. Parks Department, Recreation Department, Shade Tree, Community Center, Graden Pool and Project Pride. So Nancy Bigos is our Director of Parks and Recreation. We have Deanna Shablik, who's the Community Center Coordinator. We have Matt Andrula, who is our Supervisor of the Parks Department. And they're all here to present their budget and answer any questions you may have.
So Nancy, I'm just going to ask a little favor. Can you just go slow and tell me which tab we should go to first? So
I am not doing tabs. I have a presentation ready for you, and if you have questions, I can address those for you. I just wanted to give you an overview, first of all, of our accomplishments, and then any questions you have, certainly.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Parks and Recreation Department is most grateful for your support. Also for the support of the village manager, my fellow department heads and staff. Especially appreciated to those liaisons that meet with us in the various committees under the Parks and Recreation Department. That would be the Parks, Recreation, and Conservation Board, the Community Center Advisory Board, the Fields Committee, the Shade Tree Commission, and the Open Space Committee. As you can see right there, there are 5 different committees within the Department of Parks and Recreation, and a liaison from the council to each of those. So not only are you up here, but you're on my side here. So I'm grateful for your extra time and energy. As you are aware, these past few years have been a transition year for us. With the retirement of Tim 2 years ago and just March as of last week, the department is transitioning as these senior employees retire and new staff are hired. I am most confident in the abilities and dedications of our new hires, and I would like to introduce them to you this evening. Next to me is Matt Andrula. Matt is the new park supervisor, and also next to him is Katie Fry. Katie Fry is Marge's replacement, and she is the recreation supervisor, which started with us just 2 weeks ago. We are experiencing new beginnings, firsts and challenges, but we have come together as a team, and I am most grateful for the guidance of my fellow department heads, most especially Chris, Rich, Bob, and Heather. Without their mentorship and experience and wisdom, it's made a big deal for us to be able to transition. Looking at the accomplishments the department has achieved, we are quite proud of what I'm about to share with you. One of the things that has been lacking within our repertoire of recreational programming has been that of addressing the needs of our community, our children, especially with recreational programs for those with disabilities. Within the last 2 years, we have been able to obtain 2 ROID grants, and ROID stands for Recreational Opportunities for Individuals with Disabilities. These grants, each totaling $20,000, are coming to us through the Department of Community Affairs. We have received 2 grants. The first is for the implementation of programming for elementary school children in grades 4 through 8. That program takes place on Tuesday after school and Saturday mornings. The next program that we anticipate beginning this month is for young adults. This program will be on Thursdays for our young adults ages 17 to 24, and the program will take place from 5 to 6:30 p.m. We are most grateful for the Department of Community Affairs to allow us, and for your support from the council as a $4,000 match to these programs. That suffices as our in-kind for these grants, but this is a population who we have not been able to address in the past, and it means a lot to us. Another big accomplishment for us this year has been the refurbishing of our tennis court facilities. You know that I came to you a year ago and just about begged after having taken a look at the condition of our courts. I am proud to say to you that both North Monroe and Bel Air courts have been completely refurbished. And when I say that to you, I mean all of the fencing has been repaired. The surfaces have all been resurfaced. We have new nets at all of these facilities. The trees have been pruned surrounding, so it's kind of opened up the space for better playing light, and the signage has been updated. The Glen courts also have received significant retrofitting, where they now include 4 pickleball courts. Once again, the same exact thing. The shade tree guys came in and elevated and pruned back the trees. The courts were resurfaced. They were relined to include 4 pickleball courts. New nets and signage were installed. Before you this evening is, in our capital budget, the resurfacing of the Ridgewood High School tennis courts, which I am understanding from my predecessor happens every 5 years, and that comes between the Board of Education and the Village of Ridgewood, flipping that resurfacing project every 5 years. So this year it would be up to us. The community center has experienced a success in the activity level that we now offer both our senior citizen and our teenage population. Most recently, a grant in the amount of $10,000 was obtained through Columbia Savings Bank for 8 brand new laptop computers that were purchased. Staff continually work with our colleagues on the age-friendly, Ridgewood age-friendly, to focus on planning and the needs of our increasing senior citizen population. With employees serving on the Shade Tree Commission, various items have been highlighted to include, once again, the planting of this year we planted over 100 village shade trees. We also have come before you to request to share with you the importance and a request for a shade tree inventory. I know that we are in the final stages of presenting that and wrapping that program up, which is slated to begin later this month. Again, a grant has been obtained to offset the cost of this project. Also within conversation of the Shade Tree Commission is the concern for the tree wells in the Central Business District. Those efforts have been begun through the engineering division with the first stage of the collar removal already started. Shade Tree continues to raise the awareness of the importance of trees within our community through Arbor Day, Earth Day, Tree City celebrations, various tree planting events, and educational programs for all. I think that we can say in agreement that Graydon Pool has once again experienced a really wonderful year. That facility, I can attest to, has never looked or performed better. Best practices are in place all the way around regarding maintenance, leadership, training. It's a facility within the state that I am proud of. The purchase and installation of the new pump, which continually regulates the sodium hypochlorite, is a huge plus. The restroom renovation is coming along quite nicely. I was there this morning, as a matter of fact, and it will be exciting when that project concludes, hoping May 1st. Another item that we're really proud of is the development of Kings Pond Park. Through Bergen County Open Space grants, both in 2016 and 2018, we have been able to set that park aside and develop boundaries, curbing, dredging, parking, with the next step for us, now that the infrastructure has been done, the next step for us is the leveling of the lawn area, the installing of the walking path, trees, ecological plantings, and benches. Taking this underdeveloped piece of property, which we know what a resource this is for us, and turning it indeed into a park that we can be proud of has been one of the latest accomplishments, and I'm really pleased. I don't know if any of you noticed, but this year the Christmas tree pickup was a huge success. My staff have told me that we were able to pick up all of the Christmas trees within the village, utilizing that odd-even system that we instituted 2 years ago within the first 2 weeks. By the third week, there was not a tree to be found. So my accolades to my staff. Thank you, Heather, for letting us propose this to you and for being welcome to our new suggestions. Many of you know the success of the Shedler House, the property spearheaded through the engineering division and the manager's office. Meeting there every other week is absolutely amazing. To see the accomplishments there within the last couple of months and where we are and where we're going is just truly amazing, and I'm really proud. The Cashel Shell has lost a true friend in the passing of Joe Delaney, but in keeping with her honor, I can tell you that our new chairperson, Gail McCarthy, is doing an amazing job. Joe would be honored. Not only is all of the programs set, she continues to go above and beyond, looking for extra fundraising and extra means of making that program self-sufficient. We're well on our way. Grant success this year for 2019 is something that I think that we should be commended about. The department has received or will receive $145,000 from the Bergen County Open Space Committee, $20,000 from the Department of Community Affairs, $10,000 from the New Jersey Urban Forestry, $10,000 from Columbia Savings Bank, which is $185,000 in outside grants. The other award that I should share with you is that the department also applied for a grant through the National Recreation and Parks Association. This was for a Fit and Strong senior mobility program which was a 12-week program that we offered to our residents. To be recognized at the national level amongst my peers and to be awarded this program says a lot for the village of Ridgewood, and we also made a big difference to our seniors and their mobility. I'm almost there. Because it takes a village, community service and volunteerism is really high up on our list. Our department relies heavily on volunteer support from the community, the county, and others. Last year, these groups donated time and resources to me. I don't know if you're aware of the fact that the Dartmouth alumni reworked the lower level of Habernickel and the trails down there, along with RHS varsity wrestlers. Grace Church came in and worked on a Saturday as we reworked the EMS parking lot, the outside grounds, remulched, pull weeds. St. Elizabeth's Teen Outreach did a cleanup at Habernickel. Ridgewood High School Project Interact is with us at all of our special events in helping us set up and take down. Other groups that have played a big role in what we do is the CYC group, the Bergen County Probation Office, the Women Gardeners of Ridgewood, our Geese Peace volunteers, Project Pride Committee, the Community Center Advisory Board, the Parks, Recreation, and Conservation Board, Open Space Committee, the Cashel Shell Committee, the Fields Committee, the Conservancy for Ridgewood Public Lands, 2 Eagle Scouts that we had before you, both Matthew Rush, who has finished his project, and then soon to be Alex Vester, who you have approved, and I'm waiting to hear from Alex on his spring project. We've received gifts from the community. The RBSA donated batting cages and field renovations. The community has worked towards finalizing the lighting in Van Est Park. And the Habernickel Garden was donated through George Wolfson. Those are our accomplishments. Those are the things that I'm really proud of. What I want to share with you is some of the challenges that I think that we can expect as a community. One of the challenges is the request for facility use, whether it be our municipal parks, our open space, our parking lots. All of these continue to increase, both for program offerings inside and outside of our department, but by members of the community, whether it be the Guild, the Chamber, Home and School Associations, the Board of Ed, local churches, scouts, social service organizations, summer day camps. All of this is in greater demand within the community and also puts added stress on the maintenance and the maintenance needs of our parks and open space. The other thing that I'm sure that you noted in my budget was that through the New Jersey state minimum wage increase, our seasonal salaries for both grade and pool and summer day camp have increased. This requirement set the stage for an entire pay scale system change, because the lowest and newest members of our staff would be starting at either $10.30 or $11. That then there bumped everybody's pay scale up reciprocally. So that would affect grade and pool, parks maintenance, and summer day camp. These changes are reflected in my budget request, as you'll see. As you review our departmental budget, you will also see that they basically have remained flat, with the exception that I mentioned to you for salaries for seasonal employees. I just want to close in what I want to share with you, that I went back and I looked at the 2006 comprehensive park, fields maintenance, and recreation master plan, prepared 14 years ago by Shore De Palma. And in that we state, both active and passive recreation are vital community of life issues in the village of Ridgewood. The Ridgewood Department of Parks and Recreation is committed to excellence in providing open space and recreation opportunities to all of our residents. My staff and I stand firmly behind this statement, and I thank you for your support. I'm ready.
So I just have a quick question. So we used to get copies of goals and objectives and accomplishments. I wish we would have those again. So if you don't
They're
mind.
in your budget. They should be in your budget.
Yeah, we used to have
packet.
those. They used to be in our budget, but I don't think we see those. We haven't seen them in
But we can get them to you.
Yeah, I
That's
always
fine.
think they're like kind of nice to go back and reflect on, and even comparing year in and year out as we move forward. It's important information, and so you could just email that because it really sounded good, Nancy. So I had something I just want to share with you. I was very frustrated just thinking about budget season, and we have our packet from Wednesday night, and I know that there's King's is in that packet with some of the work to be done. And I was very frustrated, feeling like sometimes we're a headless octopus, and I wish I could see more accomplished quicker. And you have just allayed all of my concerns, because we have really accomplished much in just a few short years, and I have to give you and your staff and village staff credit for that. and village and council colleagues, because we really have been committed to this. And it seems not so long ago that a resident who lives across the street from the pond, came and said, "What are you going to do about this?" And I said, "Well, I guess we have to fix it." And
Correct.
That's correct. And I said, "Well, I guess we have to fix it." And it's just been such a monumental lift, but I guess it doesn't feel like such a big lift because everybody has really leaned in, and especially your department. So I just wanted to say thank you for Graydon, for the getting the bathrooms, the Connolly Hickey, everyone. This is really a quality of life for our village residents, and it's critical, whether it's trees planting, facilities, parks, rec, tennis courts. So thank you.
Nancy, you have in your capital budget tree replacements, 110,000. How many trees is that?
200.
200 trees.
So what we have started 2 years ago was that I have requested 100 trees in our capital budget each year. So far, the first year we were able to do Section A. This last fall, we did Section B, and I thought rather than drag this out, I'd like to be able to finish going through the entire village in each section. So it's an estimate, Councilman, 200 trees, but we're hoping to be able to plant those. At least then I can say that we've gone through the entire village once.
So this is for the other three?
So this would be for Section C and D.
C and D. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Or areas, right, on our...
Areas, yeah.
Yep.
That's our leaf pickup.
Yep.
Correct.
Before
It's
we have
easier.
other questions, why don't you go through your capital budget and go through the recommended for each one of them, and then they can ask more questions.
So I, too, do not know where we are with this capital budget.
Okay, so I'll just read it off then. In the Parks Department, it's the Kubota tractor replacement and the Ford F-250 new vehicle. In addition, it's the turf aerator and the peristaltic metering pump for a grading pool.
Okay.
Let me just see. And that's, and then also the Maple Park lighting, the tennis court resurfacing at Ridgewood High School, the tree replacements, which includes grading, and that's it. Okay, and then was there anything for recreation? That was it, right? Parks, recreation. Okay, that was all. So I don't know if you wanted to mention anything about any of those.
Of course. So I know that I believe next week we are still looking for the bond ordinance for Maple Park. This is over a $470,000 project. Working in the contingency on this, wondering when we'll be able to fund this. So as I mentioned to you before, this is $145,000 from Bergen County Open Space, $145,000 from the Village of Ridgewood, and $140,000 match from our youth sports groups. I know that there was some question at the last council meeting, and I did share with Heather the breakdown of the youth sports groups and what each of those groups have attested to in their documentation for their financial support.
And that'll be noted in the resolution accepting the donation from the sports groups, how much for each
Councilman
group.
Walsh asked that
That was a
question.
request, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. The next item is the peristaltic pump. Is a rather low budget item number. Truth be told, this pump, the first pump that we had in last year, the connecting valves to the pump, because of the corrosiveness of the sodium hypochloride, unbeknownst to us and our new staff, have to be changed monthly. What happened was that the sodium hypochloride corroded the tubing, and the motor ran without liquid in it. So unfortunately, it seized up. We took that pump out, sent it back to the manufacturer, hoping to be able to do some negotiations about a warranty. They were smarter than we thought. They said, no way. And we were able to borrow a pump from Tom English, who does work with us on this for the remainder of the season. But that new pump, that old pump was sent back to us. We can use it for parts, but I do need to replace the pump that is currently going to be used for Graydon. Tennis courts, I think I covered that with you at the high school. It's an agreement between the Village of Ridgewood and the Board of Education. Those courts are their varsity courts. Our residents do get to use them when not in use by the varsity tennis teams, both the men's and the women's team, and that is also in our capital budget. I can share with you that the Kubota tractor is that one vehicle that we use several times a day at Graydon. It is that multi-purpose vehicle that drags the beaches, helps to pick up trash, does the recycling, moves picnic tables, pretty much really, really important to us, to the success of the maintenance of Graydon. It was taken off the road last year, mid-season, because the floorboards had rotted out. We were able to get Signal Division to put some metal floorboards in for us, but Chris would not let us take it off the road. So I need a new one. The Ford
Right.
250. Matt, do you want to speak to that for me? And the aerator?
Good evening. In regards to an aerator, not sure if we all know what they are, but it's kind of like a core aerator for our turf fields. Breaks up compaction, lets moisture get into our soil where it can be absorbed up into our grass. The current one that we have, it's, as far as I could tell, it's older than a 2000. I checked with the manufacturer, our mechanics. They no longer make parts for the current one that we have. So if it breaks, we can't really fix it aside from some elbow grease. It also has a drop seeder on it, so as you're aerating, it also drop seeds behind it, so we get good soil to seed contact for better germination rates. The F250, right now, new to the position, but our current fleet, we're having a lot of problems with our current trucks. I find myself borrowing trucks weekly from other departments. We're currently, we've kind of commandeered one vehicle from the garage. They've been kind enough to lend us a vehicle. We're utilizing that. So yeah, just trying to get our vehicle situation up to par. And in regards to the Kubota, it's a 2011. It's got 2,486 hours on it, and it is in pretty bad shape. So,
any other questions?
So it's $550 per tree. I'm sorry, I'm perseverating on this. What size are the trees that you usually get for that?
Between 2 to 3 caliper.
Ah, okay, like that?
4?
4? That size?
That size.
Okay, great. I wanted to give just a quick shout out to the community center. I know they don't have a lot of resources, but the stuff that comes out of there is just amazing. So Deanna, nice job, really. Sure.
Well, can I first go back? Can we stick with the capital budget on first? Can we finish this sheet?
Yeah, any other questions regarding capital?
Because I just had a quick question, sorry, Jeff. So on that Ford 250 vehicle, is that replacing something, and is there a assigned number to that? Or do we not know?
So we just lost Parks Truck 102 that was deemed, last year I think they put $9,000 into it, and it was having nothing but problems this year, couldn't get it started. We had our mechanics take a look at it, and they just deemed that it's not worth putting any more money into it. So that was replaced with a F-250 truck, but again, with our borrowed truck that we're currently using from the garage, I eventually see them taking that back at some point, and we don't have enough vehicles.
Yeah, no, and I only ask because one of the things that happens when we're buying vehicles, a lot of times the public really doesn't understand, there's a lot of questions and sometimes concerns that the number of vehicles we go through and that kind of rotation. And we had a vehicle inventory that I think our CFO was good enough, you arranged to have a vehicle inventory so we can log the vehicles and we know what we're replacing. So I was just interested to know if we were actually replacing one, because typically on this we have the number of the vehicle and we can cross-reference it into that inventory sheet, and it gives us a little bit more information. So you're replacing essentially which number?
It would have been 102 probably.
102,
yeah.
Okay, all right. And that one's gone though?
That's gone.
It's
yeah.
gone, okay,
Yeah.
all right, good. And I'm good with that. Thank you. Thanks.
Nancy, just a question. I know it was initially requested, but it was not recommended. The Maple Park Turf Replacement Sinking Fund, and the understanding, the fact that this time around, the village put up the money to replace the field. The understanding was that we would get the sinking fund paid into by the sports organizations, but I see that we're making requests for a sinking fund out of village funds. So what are we doing? Is there already a formal kind of process we're collecting the sinking fund? I mean, the field has been now in operation for almost a year. Have we collected any money towards the sinking fund, given that we paid for the full replacement of that field?
That wasn't my understanding.
So the original understanding when the field was installed was that at that time, the money that was used to install the field was collected from the sports organizations.
Okay.
And the village, because there's a savings in terms of maintaining a turf field versus a grass field, that whatever that savings was supposed to have been put into a sinking fund. And eventually, 10 years, 12 years later, when the field is to be replaced, we would use that money to offset the cost of a new field. That was never done by the village. So this time around, we said, look, we'll replace the field now, but we need to go back into now the sinking fund procedure, but this time now by the sports organizations.
Okay.
Because there is a savings associated with, again, maintaining a turf field versus a grass field. Where are we with that?
We have a Fields Committee meeting tomorrow morning at 7. We can definitely address that with them. I'd like to be able to get their funding for the Maple Park lighting first.
Sure.
And then be able to move forward.
Well, and again, I mean, this was the understanding when Maple Field was installed last year. So I don't think the lighting takes precedent over this. I think this is something that they committed to when we installed that field.
Okay, I'll address it with them tomorrow.
So, and actually, so who's collecting that money? Because obviously we collected, and the mayor's exactly right. That's exactly the arrangement that was made. The different sports organizations were putting that money into the sinking fund, so we didn't have to go back and now pay that bill to have a new field replaced. So that's exactly the arrangement that was made. But who's responsible for collecting that, and who's supposed to be notifying? Because it's
So we put the 50,000 as reserve from last year. It's on the books, sitting, collecting interest. As far as, I have not heard from anybody as far as the next step as to coming from the sports groups. So something we should probably talk about.
Because, I mean, we're making the request for it, but it shouldn't be our request this time around. This should be money that we should be collecting
Right.
from
Correct.
sports
I agree with you.
Any other questions?
I just had a few things. One, you actually missed one committee, Nancy, that you work with. It's Green Ridgewood. It's not as intense as Shade Tree, which is pretty much every month, every week. But
Okay.
you do work with Green Ridgewood and the Conservancy for Public Lands to put on a great Earth Day fair. And it starts in January, and you guys put together a tremendous program. It goes all the way up until April. So that's just another one, just because I'm involved with them. And the tree issue, I'm glad to see that this is the most money that we're putting in for tree replacements. I think it was kind of equal, not last year, but the previous year when we tried something different to put that in as part of the paving budget. So they would look at the paving and the curbs and sidewalks and drainage and then the trees. But then there were some issues with having paving contractors planting trees, and it did work out for that year. But we scrambled last year because there was no money, but we ended up finding enough to put in 100 trees. So I'm appreciative of that, and maybe during our capital discussions, once we wrap everything up, we could see if we could bump that number up. I know that the capital budget's going to be a little bit bigger this year, so maybe not, but maybe in relation to the discussion, if we could get that up to the 150. And again, I appreciate it, because when I first started this, we were planting 0 trees. And I remember it was quite a fight to get a $10,500 line item to just plant 20 trees in the budget, and that was about 6 years ago. So we really come a long way, and I'm glad to see that. And I know it was mentioned before that there's residents want to see a tree replacement plan, but there is no plan. We have no idea really, but that's about to change quickly because we're doing the tree inventory. So the numbers that people banty around, like 15,000, 10,000, 12,000 trees, it's really all just a guesstimate. Nobody knows exactly how many trees we have, but this inventory is going to count all of the street trees that we have, give us the species of them, the condition they're in, where they're located, and that will act as the basis for a plan to help us replenish the canopy. We'll know exactly how many trees we're dealing with. And again, that also opens up tremendous grant opportunities from the State Shade Tree Federation. And I know Andrew Lowry, I'd like to give a special shout out to him. He's been a great chair of the Shade Tree Commission. He's worked tirelessly. And Carolyn Jacoby, who's here, and all of our other members are always hounding you guys for trees. And I'm hounding these guys for trees. And we've had several charrettes through the master plan visioning process, where now we have a groundswell of residents and students, and everybody's kind of saying that, talking about the importance of trees as, infrastructure. So I'd like to see that going forward, it addressed. And again, once we have this inventory done, we'll have the basis for formulating such a good plan. And, we just keep heaping work on the Parks Department, and you guys keep dealing with it. We're giving you two new parks, basically. Kings Pond Park is going to be renovated. Shedler Park is coming along, and I hope, again, we change the name and not call it Shedler Park. We can call it anything, Revolutionary Park, something like, let's have a naming contest, but, not really Shedler Park. That's just kind of a pet peeve of mine, but again, thank you for your support for the committees that I work with, and I think we've seen tremendous progress made, because I remember when I first got on, we had a landscaping committee because the parks were in disrepair and the downtown was in disrepair and everything was looking kind of shabby, and now we have a lot of those problems are addressed, and moving forward, really in a much better place. So thank you for all of that.
Yeah, I think it's also worth noting that Parks and Recreation, I've always said this, you have the most interaction with our residents on a daily basis.
Yes.
All year round, whether it's the summer programs and what you offer in the stable and the programs through the camp and Graydon throughout the year. You guys have the most interaction. This is a very active community. This is and when you look at the breadth of the activities that we offer now, it's not just focused on the youth sports and recreation, but we're now expanding into pickleball and other activities, the Royd grants, and we continue to expand the breadth of the services that we offer to the community. And that's no easy task. I know you guys have a pretty heavy lift on that. So thank you. Deanna, you had some comments about the community center?
When we had gotten the grant for the computers at the community center, Columbia Bank was very specific on asking what we would be doing with them. I just want to say that they're not going to be used as an open day where people can come and surf the net with the computers that we have. We have 8 laptops. They are 2-in-1 tablets, so we did purchase some stylus pens for them. I'm putting together now, which will probably start in September, the digital art programs for the middle school. And now I've spoken to the seniors, and they want that as well. So I think there's going to be a mix of ages, not maybe together at some point, but definitely starting out separately for each of them, obviously, because the seniors like to do stuff in the morning, and the kids can't do anything till the afternoon. So, but that's one of the pieces. Also going into an architectural type of bit with that as well. I do have to purchase some software, so that's another piece that I need to investigate still. But specifics on the computers, they are locked away during the day in a closet, in a log cabinet. They are very secure. Really only 2 or 3 of us have keys for these computers. They will be taken out when we use them, and then they will be put back away when not in use. So with all the programming that we have at the community center, and I'm really the only one over there, so it's hard to oversee multiple programming at the same time. So there will be set hours for certain programming. And the first thing that we are going to be doing with them will be having the seniors and any residents who do need to fill out the census. Once that comes around in March, I have someone coming to talk to the HILT members on March 12th. So once I get more information from him when that'll be available, we will have certain hours for them to come and fill the census out. So that'll be our first real big use of them, and we'll let Columbia Bank know as well. So if they want to come and kind of be there when that's happening, I'd like them to at least know what we're doing, and if they have the time to stop by, that would be great. So I think that was it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to what's coming next. So I've got some plans. They're all rattling around there all the time, so but we'll get to it. But that's it for now.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I'll just make an additional comment. It's like listening to all the projects that have multiple years, and that it starts out as a simple project, and then is added to and added to and added to as they go on. The first time I heard about pickleball, ever heard of pickleball, was almost 4 years ago. I was out in California, and somebody was like, we'll meet you after we're finished playing pickleball. I was like, what are you talking about? But those are the things that I think make our Parks and Recreation Department the most important, because it evolves with what we have that's existing. So we used our tennis court. We kind of had to reconfigure because it brought in a whole new population. We talk about the kids, and it's all about the children, but it's now really about the adults. And they're kind of finding new ways to also use the parks. I know that lots of my friends love the walk at Habernickel, just the peaceful walk around. They're not really doing anything other than walking, but they have a place to go and to get out of their car and walk in a nice, safe environment, and it's beautiful, and it really is a spectacular park. So as we were talking at the beginning of the meeting, or Jeff and I were having a conversation, I think the people on the east side of 17, once that walking path at Shedler is completed, they're going to have that benefit. They can drive over to Habernickel now, but they're going to have in their community this walking path and just the ability to kind of walk around and the passive park aspect of it. So I think that's probably the best thing about Parks and Rec for me, is that it evolves based on what people need. And, that's, I guess, the best part of what you guys do. So thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
And actually, I didn't see anything on here for beekeeping. for the
That's
beehives.
in-house.
What's that?
That's
So
in-house.
So everything will be in-house?
Yes. Because we are
Okay.
a bee city.
We are
First
bee
bee
city.
city in the state of New Jersey, so
That's
we have
right.
to be mindful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The next departments are the water department and sanitation recycling. So I think we'll do sanitation recycling first. And so I have Rich Calby, Director of Ridgewood Water, and Sean Hamlin, who's our Supervisor of Sanitation and Recycling, to present.
So which we're doing sanitation and recycling, got it, okay.
I guess we'll start with sanitation.
What do we start with? Good. Recycling or what?
We're going to start with sanitation.
Aha. All
Yep,
right.
good.
So I'll have you go through 2019 accomplishments and then 2020 goals, and then any major changes within your budget, as well as, and then do recycling after that in operating, and then go through the capital requests. Again, it's going to be the recommended. If you don't have it, let me know, and I'll go through it.
Good, I need 2 seconds too.
Sorry, I think my notes on my
That's all right, take your time, because I'm looking for a file too. It's all good.
Okay, in terms of my accomplishments and goals, one of the things that we've accomplished is the FP1 vehicles. We started to do something that should have been done a long time ago in regards to keeping a lot of the pre-trip inspections on the trucks and making sure that we communicate with the mechanics
that microphone on? I'm sorry. Folks in the audience can't hear you.
Can everyone hear me better now? There also was a problem with the animals getting into it as a health concern, because animals would come in, they would eat those things, and then they weren't being properly cleaned up. So that doesn't take place anymore. One of my other things that I think I've accomplished is the missed refuse pickups. And part of that problem was the guys going ahead of the trucks. There was no accountability for the guy that was working by himself, whether or not he was really picking up all of the houses. And we went from, since November 1st, we've gone from 10 to 15 missed pickups a day to less than 5. And I hope to get that down. And the other thing that was, day one, I worked with you guys on this, is just getting the ordinance amended for the mattresses and the covers. I think that was huge, and I thank you guys for passing that, because I know it's already happening. If you drive around on the bulk days, people are putting their mattresses in bags, and I think that with the ever-growing popularity of these new fly-by-night mattress in a box companies, we're going to see more mattresses going out, and that's going to help a lot. And as far as my goals go, again, for me, our situation with our trucks, the upkeep has to be maintained. It has to be, a lot of effort has to be put in to make sure that these logs get done every single day, and I plan to do that. And the other thing is I want to get a plan in place for collecting the new buildings that they're building. We have to have a plan in place to pick up their trash in the parking garage. We have to have a plan for that. And that's what I've been currently working on that, and hopefully I'll have that plan soon. And the other major goal of mine is to get the food scrap program up and running. We've been trying to get it running for a long time now, but we're making huge strides, and I think by the end of this month we'll be up and running. Fingers crossed. And the other thing is educating the public on the ever-growing, changing recycling situation. A lot of people just don't know what's supposed to be recycled. I know it's confusing, but they have to be educated, and unfortunately, I think the only way to educate them is to improve our quality, to try and save ourselves money, is to stop picking up containers that have unacceptable material in them. And the plan is to go a couple of streets at a time, because if we did a whole route, nothing would get picked up. That's how many households are not recycling properly. So the plan is to go a street or two at a time, and that way it minimizes the calls into the town, and we deal with it on a small basis at a time, and until we can really get everybody educated. And that means tagging, leaving door tags, and and speaking with people. And when you leave their stuff, that's when you speak to them. They always call. So those are my major goals and accomplishments for that.
And the same as recycling, or do you have other things in recycling as well?
The other things in recycling, is mainly to just, again, keep the trucks. We have to get the old fleet out and start getting new trucks in, and we have to work on safety. When I started, there's a lot of thanks for our new GPS system. You can see what the trucks are doing, and some of the trucks were doing things that I didn't think were very safe, and they're part of my safety meetings now, where they used to, we used to be two departments, and I'm kind of treating us as one department now, and everyone's included, and we try to keep everything in house. When there's nothing that's going not done anymore. It used to be that when recycling was shorthanded, they would skip the central business district. And now we have to, the guys understand that they have to lose guys. If sanitation has to go out short, then that you can't just leave anything behind. So one of the other things is we need to start to discuss whether or not, with the ever-growing cost of recycling, is it really in our benefit to be picking up the restaurants in town? That's a concern of mine, because the price went up again, and it just doesn't seem to be stabilizing yet. We just don't know month from month what the cost is going to be, and we don't want to see any more Decembers. December was a bad month, so I think those are the only things for recycling. And the recycling, it's part of the major thing in recycling right now is we really want to get the food scrap program up and running. And the hope is that we can get enough people involved that we can also do a cost analysis and see how it affects the tipping fees and the tonnage for the sanitation department, and if we're saving any money there. And the more we can get out of, the more recycling we can get out of food we can get out of the sanitation trucks, the more money we save.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then if you just go over the recommended capital items, do you have that? Okay.
So for the capital budget, we're still trying to get rid of the crane carrier trucks, and we still have 3 up and running in our fleet that need to be replaced, and we have a new truck coming in. Hopefully next month we're going to be replacing one, but for this year we're asking that we replace a truck 266 with a new Kenworth, and these trucks, truck 266 has core heating issues where it doesn't have heat. We went through the whole winter with no heat in this truck because the mechanics deemed that it's too expensive to do on this older truck. And the problems with these trucks is you can't find parts for them. When you do find parts for them, you wait a long time for them, you fix them, you get them back on the road, and 3 days later something else is broken on them and they're down again. And right now we have one truck we really can't use. That's truck 266, and we're looking to replace that. And it's in bad shape. It's a 2003, and actually, I'm sorry, I gave you the resolution for 266 last week. That one's going to be replaced by the truck we're coming. The one I'm asking for the new truck for is 265. That's the one with the core heating issue. And in addition to that, the windshield wiper motor is broken, and it's an expensive job to replace, and it renders it basically useless on rainy days. And
is it 265 or 69?
This is 265 would be the next one in line. I know it keeps switching because originally 269 had a problem that was bad enough to replace. But sure, go ahead.
No, I think we have 266, but 266
has been replaced.
has already been done. So it just looks like it should say
Yeah, it should say 265.
265 and 269.
Those are going to be the next two, yes.
Right.
But the first one out would be because we're doing solid waste. That's going to be the solid waste truck that we're replacing it with. That's going to be truck 265 that we're going to replace. And it has 122,724 miles on it, and it has 24,039 engine hours. And the life expectancy on this truck is 7 to 10 years, and it's a 2003. and it's recommended that you replace it after 10,000 hours. So I think we've gotten our fulfillment from this truck. And
Do we misunderstand as 7 to 10 and decide to be 7 and 10?
yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. Yeah, and again, it's just increasingly hard to find parts for these trucks. They spend more time not running than they do running. 265 hasn't really been used much at all. We use it down in the recycling yard, and every time we put it on the road to dump it, it's really a roll of the dice of whether or not it's going to have to be towed. And it's also not compliant with the new emission laws with the DEF fluid that is supposed to be in the newer trucks, and these are trucks that don't have the DEF fluid systems in them. The next thing we were asking for was for a new truck. We talked about coming up with a plan for picking up the new complexes that are being built. Right now, we're really unsure. No one really has an answer. I've asked several people of where the garbage is going to be, what are they going to keep it in, and are the trucks going to be able to move in and out, especially on by the parking garage where we used to pick up the garbage from the apartments in the central business district, and right now we don't have access there. They've been putting it in a structure that Signal built for them in the bus station parking lot. But once the garage is up, then they're going to start putting garbage back there again, and we have to be able to. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to get a garbage truck, a full-size garbage truck in there. So what we were asking. Yep, the problem was that they said that it might not be able to turn around.
So you can get that, that's on the new construction downtown we're talking?
Yes.
So you could get the memorialized site plans, the site plans from the planning board, because we went through all of that during our planning board hearings.
Right, and when I went over to the building department and we looked at the plans, and based on the size of our trucks, it looks like they'll have access. They'll be able to get a truck in there, but they wouldn't be able to turn it around, which means we'd have to back a garbage truck in, and there's a lot of maneuverability issues in there. And again, you can get in there, but it's going to be tough to get out. If you look at how long our trucks are, it's not about the height. It's about getting them in and then getting them turned around and getting them out. It's going to be, a huge issue, and whether or not it may be able to happen. But when there's cars in there, I feel like it's a safety thing. Yeah. But if we had they do make a compactor system that fits on the chassis of a Ford pickup truck, and it doesn't require a CDL driver, so we could use our part-time and seasonal employees to do that type of work and not have the strain of it be put on the sanitation crew, the full-time guys that have to go out and do rear yard every day.
All right, so the next item is the Clean Communities vehicle.
Clean Communities vehicle is for Pete Ward. That's another, when the parking garage goes up, we're going to be adding another structure for him to keep clean. Right now he's in charge of the band shell, the bus station, the train station, and that means he's going to have a vehicle that can really, carry more stuff. His Kubota right now, it's Bobcat, I think it is. It's breaking down a lot. It's old. That one.
So is that also a Kubota?
No, I'm sorry. It's a Bobcat. It's like
yeah,
it's a little cart that he uses to do the town, and we just recently, I guess, it was kind of unclear of who used to take care of the tunnel.
Right.
But now he's doing that as well, and we're gonna be adding the parking structure on his list too. And he works pretty hard to get everything cleaned up in the time that he's here. So he's going to definitely need at minimum a new vehicle, and then he'll probably need some assistance too.
And then the final item is the upgrade of the solid waste staff spaces for $20,000.
Yes. So there hasn't been any upgrades to our sanitation break room, locker room, and my office either for 35 years now. And it looks pretty bad, and there's floor tiles missing. The lockers are in okay shape, except for some of the locking mechanisms don't work, and so no one uses them because they can't lock them. They're no good, and it can just use a major overhaul. It's been a long time. We have a shower there that should be in working condition, but there was a leak that didn't get fixed for a really long time, and the floor pan rotted, that get dry rotted. So now if you turn it on, and the mechanics get a nice shower downstairs.
So is that something that's, oh, I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yeah.
So is that something that's doable in the amount allocated? Because it seems like a lot of work to be done for $20,000.
I think the $20,000 was for the locker room, right?
Yes, we originally asked for 50, but when we saw where the capital was, that's when we changed the number to 20. Because I don't care about my office. I really.
Yeah, what does that get you?
It gets the lockers. I would like the lockers fixed, and the shower, and the floors. The floors have. I have pictures that I forwarded out. I hope so. I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
It always goes back to that, not just quality of life for residents, but also quality of life in the workplace. And I'm such a strong believer in that, because it really has a lot to do with, everybody's morale and, how you feel about your space. And, you live 30% of your life there. So it's important for everybody to feel comfortable in their place where they work. So.
Is the cardboard compactor a priority over that?
No. But we could probably put that off, but that the compactor is something that we'll definitely need within the next year. We're gonna, because the idling laws that go into effect now are gonna those trucks that sit down there right now and collect cardboard, when the compactor that we have now gets full, we have to run a garbage truck. And you have to turn it on and then let it run so you can compact it. So.
Okay.
About how close are we to updating the Packer truck fleet? Because I know we've purchased a few of those throughout the last recent years. So how many really old ones are left? Or?
If we get the right now, my major concern is getting the 2003s out and the 2005, and then we can discuss the other ones later. But the crane carrier company went out of business, so we're not really close at all. If we're talking about getting the crane carriers out of the fleet, we're not really close at all. We still have after the 2003 and the 2005, we still have 61, 63, 50, 51, 59. So we still have 6 more.
Okay.
So if we do 2 per year, then we're talking 3 years.
3 years. So for the recycling, you have the new Packer truck replacement for $269. Mm-hmm. You have the information booth, if you want to describe what that is.
The information booth right now, we have 2 guys, normally sometimes 1, that are in charge of the yard and watching the residents, make sure that they're doing everything correctly. They keep the yard clean, and they move stuff around. They assist residents who may not be able to assist themselves. at home they load a can of yard waste, or they have their son put it in their car for them, and they bring it down to the recycling center, and they have no plan to get it out of their car. And so that's what those guys are there for. And when when it's inclement weather, whether it be extreme cold or extreme heat, those guys need a place to break and get out of the heat or out of the cold. And currently what they do, because they can't really leave the yard unattended, is they get into a pickup truck and they start it and they get themselves warm. And now we've got two more, or at least at the minimum one truck sitting there idling and wasting fuel and polluting the air. And the information booth would provide a place for them to be able to watch the yard, and it comes with a heating unit. It's on wheels, so it can be moved. It has air conditioning, and it'll give them a place to run into real fast and get out of the heat and get themselves warm or get themselves cool and take their breaks.
And the next one is a new fiberglass ramp.
So the new fiberglass ramp is something that I really am passionate about, because I went down there just to inspect to see how things run down there. And right now we have movable metal steps that we move around for residents to climb up on and dump their yard waste or mixed paper in, because the doors are too high for some people to lift up. And they are, as a matter of fact, I wish Matt Andrula was still here. He almost fell off of one. And they're not stable. They're just a lawsuit waiting to happen. And the fiberglass ramp would be built in between the newspaper container and the mixed paper container, and it'll give people a way to go up the steps and then walk across and dump down into the bins instead of trying to reach up into the bins, and the stairs won't be moving while they're doing it.
And the final one was the cardboard compactor, which the mayor mentioned.
Yes, and that really is to just calm our neighbors down behind that they don't want to, especially on Saturdays. Saturdays, we get a lot of business on Saturdays, and the trucks run a lot on Saturdays. You almost can't turn them off. And one compactor is just not enough. When we try to do it a Saturday with just the compactor, you have cardboard out extended into the parking lot and people waiting, and some people just drop their stuff and walk away, and it gets to the point where you have to start a truck and run it. But a second compactor would help out immensely there.
So that's like a quality of life for the neighbors? Is that
Mm-hmm.
being a good neighbor?
Yeah, we get phone calls because they listen. And when they hear the trucks running for more than a couple of minutes, they'll call Johanna and say, "Can you please turn the truck off?"
Any other questions?
No, I just wanted to extend the Green Ridgewood's help for educating the community and recycling. So if you ever want to stop by, our meetings are the third Tuesday of every month, downstairs in the garden room, usually at 7.
I always try to. I wish it wasn't on Tuesdays. That's my daughter's gymnastic night. But I do. I'm also on the Earth Day committee now, so I do talk with Bob, and there's a lot of people that are on the Green Ridgewood, so I do communicate with them a lot.
Yes, you do. So again, if you have ideas or we have ideas, we can help out any way, because that's a big component of what what that committee does is
Absolutely.
Community outreach and education. We'd be happy to assist you in any way possible. That's why we're here. So use us.
Thank you. I will.
Thank you.
I'm just going to add, I'm going to pay a compliment on behalf of my sister who moved to town in January, and you've met her, I think, a couple of times. She's a big recycler and wanted to learn all the rules, and has been asking a lot of you, probably, her name is Mary
I think I know
Ellen.
who she is.
and she said to me, you must love your job, because everything that you described, she said it was probably the best experience she's ever had in terms of talking to somebody about recycling, learning the rules, learning why she should be doing what she's doing. So
Yeah, I mean, I really wish that more people would come down to the recycling center and see what goes on down there, and everyone down there will take the time to sit with them and explain to them and educate them however they can.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I do have a question on your operating budget, on your disposal dumping fees, which is account number 48.
I kind of figured you would.
Yeah, I'm just curious, this is assuming that all of the additional units are online in 2020? In other words, everything's built? Is that a good assumption to make?
What was the question again?
Well, the assumption to make, I'm just looking at, it says 243 additional housing units in 2020, and the budget, at least this year's budget, is assuming all of those units are going to be up and running this year. And I don't, is that correct?
That's assuming, but that doesn't seem to be what's happening right now. It looks like they'll be finished in 2020, but they won't be occupied. However, if you look at the cost of the tipping fees, they went up $20 a ton.
Oh.
That's a giant increase.
Why?
That's just what the market price is now. And a lot of other towns we're actually considered getting a bargain. A lot of other towns are paying $90 a ton. That's why we decided to stay where we were. They really wanted to keep us, and so they gave us a lower rate because of the amount of refuse that we bring to them.
So I want to make sure I'm clear on this. So even if we don't have those units up and running, we still need that money in there, the $712,000.
I lean towards the better safe than sorry, but that's why that's up to them to determine. I know that some of the places are going to be occupied in September. That's what the projection is, but I don't have that number.
Okay.
So I have to put my number out based on how many units there are, and if they're going to be up and running.
I'm curious. So if they're just up for one, let's say they're all up and running just for 1 month. Let's say at the end of the year, we still have to pay $712,000.
No.
Would be much less than that.
It'd be much less than that. Yes.
Okay. So that's so we're putting it in there just in case.
Yes.
In other words, you don't imagine
worst case scenario.
It's a worst case scenario.
Yes.
Okay. Good. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add with the disposal fees for recycling, it's certainly not a surprise because, in our committees we've been talking about it for years and how the market has been changing, and the primary buyer of our recyclings has been China, and there's a lot of things that they're not accepting anymore. So we've seen this problem coming, so they're accepting less and we have to dispose of more, so that's why the fees go up. So, it's an unfortunate condition that's really out of our hands. No matter how clean the recycling is, it's really in a state of evolution and change now, the entire market for recycling. And as you stated, we're getting a much better deal, although it doesn't look like it here, but comparatively to other towns, we're getting a much better deal. And unfortunately, it's just the way the world is kind of heading right now.
And you see it on the end of our tipping fees because of if you look at our bulk races, you said some days the guys will go out and do bulk in the wintertime and they wouldn't even have to dump their trucks. But now people we're getting loaded up. A lot of people have the stuff and I appreciate that they're recycling, but you see it. You drive around, you see all the stuff out there that people are throwing away that's not recyclable anymore. And they keep it in separate cans, and that's what they're doing with it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sean.
That's part of the reason why we're going to pilot the food waste.
Yeah.
We're hoping to get, that's about 20-30% of the volume in the tonnage is food waste. So if we're able to remove that and recycle it, it will take that number down substantially.
Right, and that's something that we've also looked at on Green Ridgewood for a number of years and tried to get grants to set it up. And so I'm happy to see that pilot program is going to start up by the end of the month. And if it becomes widespread, then we could save a substantial amount of money, because if you think of how heavy food is, it's wet, it's soggy, and if we could get a good portion of that out of the waste stream and recycle it and do something with it, turn it into compost or fertilizer or something like that, and just get it out of there, you might be able to see that as sort of a creative way to reduce some of these disposal fees and tipping fees, and you'll eventually see a savings in the budget, hopefully, if everything works out. And again, Green Ridgewood is there to help with that also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully you can help me. And one of the plans that I've been talking to Rich about is looking into styrofoam. That's another big problem for our town. And I know when Christmas comes and we put that styrofoam truck there, the people go I mean, we're not recycling it, but at least they have a place to get rid of it. You know, all the TVs that they brought on Black Friday, and they can finally get rid of that bulky styrofoam that they've been holding on to. So it'd be nice to be able to recycle it.
We did a drive with that, and it was we got a grant through the Bergen County Sustainable Jersey Hub that Ridgewood is a part of, and we did a styrofoam collection drive one day, and I think if I can remember the number, I think it was something over 300 pounds of styrofoam. And if you think about it, styrofoam isn't heavy, it's bulky, but 300 pounds of styrofoam filled an entire garage of one of our volunteers top to bottom until they were able to truck it down to where they were recycling it, which I think was like an hour and a half away.
Justin Manager's supposed to be looking into available dates for if they have anything available this year, then we could jump on and do one for Ridgewood.
Yep.
But can't we turn the styrofoam? I know we've seen that styrofoam extruder machine.
That's what we're talking about. That's the upfront cost is pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
It's expensive.
Yeah.
The microphone's not that clear, but you can make money from styrofoam.
You can.
I mean, because that's used in all the architectural applications now. It's used everywhere: framing, moldings, dentals. You know, it's everything.
Yeah.
And so they're just extruding that and I guess compressing and extruding and selling it. It's a a market for that.
Yeah, a lot of the crown molding you see in people's homes now made
No,
from
the
that.
crown molding is exactly right. It's
Yeah.
no longer wood. It's that extruded styrofoam. So it's something I felt we should have looked at it a couple of years ago, but I think we should maybe, if it's doable, look at it again.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sean. So our next item is the Water Department. So we have Rich Calby, Director of Ridgewood Water. We have Dan Timoney, the Business Manager. Bill Bierwas, the Superintendent of, give me his title. Bill, what's your title? Assistant Superintendent, thank you. And Jill Fasano, who is our Assistant Engineer. So if someone could sit, Rich, why don't you sit at the main seat, because that'll be helpful.
A presentation? My God.
Should have a copy of
a presentation.
Yes, everyone has a copy of it.
A presentation?
Get it to work.
It was on before.
Didn't have the power on. All right, well, thank you. I want to put together a PowerPoint again this year because I think it does justice to kind of just summarize where things are with the utility and help guide your questions. A copy of the PowerPoint will be posted on the Ridgewood Water website, as we did last year, along with the supporting documents for the budget. You know, I just want to remind everybody it is a budget. You know, it's not the approved version, so things do change, even though they'll be posted on the website. So with that, a lot of people don't realize that Ridgewood Water is a municipal utility, and being as such, there's a lot of people involved with the everyday operation of that utility, and starting foremost with yourselves. Mayor and council is responsible for approving the budget, doing approvals for contracts, anything to do with any change in code or fee or rate. So foremost up front, wanted to recognize all of you. Next up, the management structure. The village manager is the main director, or I like to say the CEO of the utility. Myself, we have Dan Timoney here tonight, our business manager. We have William Bierwas, our assistant superintendent, and Jill Fasano, our senior engineer, all have played vital roles in preparing this budget tonight. And so forth. I listed all the major supervisors, and then plus 31 skilled laborers, operators, repairers, technicians, inspectors, and administrative representatives. So it's a huge team that works every day to keep Ridgewood Water running. And lastly, the role extends beyond just us. There's the village support staff, using everything from the village attorney, police department, signal division, who maintains our fiber. The engineering department helps us with designs and consults with us on projects. Finance department, vital role with accounts receivables, payables, etc. Parks department that was here tonight assists us with tree work on an emergency basis and some regular maintenance of our properties. Just as some examples on the list there. So accomplishments for 2019. As you all know, we laid out a pretty ambitious PFAS action plan a couple years ago. I'm happy to say that we have initiated all of those goals, and I want to point out one in particular tonight. We have, or two in particular. We have the car treatment plant, which has been online since September. And the more important one after that, we have completed a full draft of our PFAS planning and treatment study. So right now we have under review by our staff a rather large report that outlines the future of Ridgewood Water and how we will treat our water to maintain cleanliness and safe drinking water for the communities that we serve. Once we complete review, that will move forward with that, and I'm going to highlight some of that as we move through the slides. Also, last year we took a very aggressive approach on the maintenance of wells and facilities. As you know, we increased our spending last year on well maintenance. We worked on approximately 8 wells and pumps that otherwise would have went offline last year, but we were able to keep those running as a result of that spending and that work. We completed the Passaic Valley Water Commission water quality study and are continuing to draft plans that are near complete for the installation of the water main necessary to convey that water source into Ridgewood, which will be an important part of our PFAS plan. And we successfully completed the 4th consecutive round of lead and copper testing. And this time the results yielded the first ever non-detect level for our system. So that's a rather great accomplishment for everyone. Goals for the coming year that we're in right now. We'd like to manage completion of construction documents for the renovation of the Elks Club for utility operations and moving into there. Not that we'd move in this year, but at least get that rolling. We want to initiate some of the planning from the recommendations that are in that treatment PFAS study that I talked about in the previous slides. We want to continue to manage successful completion of utility capital projects with an emphasis on asset management and priorities. That way we know every bit of what we have, its life, how long it lasts, and when it needs to be replaced. And continue to work towards restoring system capacity and preparing for future treatment requirements like PFAS. We're going to launch our new customer portal, WaterSmart. Thank you all for approving that. And alongside with that, the new website that we've been working on for a year or so now. All that will improve customer communication, our conservation efforts, and education to the public. I think I'm kind of jumping too far ahead of here. Just in terms of budget highlights, this year we had the budget reviewed by a rate consultant to verify the revenue requirement, the expense calculations, and rate projections. Just some of the highlights are listed there. Above, we have increases in salary and wage for staff, contracted salary steps increases. Again, we upped our annual well repair and replacement contract. We now have costs in our budget for the filter media change-out that's going to be required at the new car treatment plant. So that's an addition to the budget. And debt service continues to climb as a result of the capital improvements that are being made, and you'll see later on the amount of money that's being invested in the system. There's decreases in the budget as a result of some of the recommendations that came out of the review. In particular, our purchase water estimate has been lowered now that we have more wells online, so that's a good thing. In summary, the budget, what we're looking at this year is about almost a $17 million revenue requirement, $16,953,000 and change, slightly down from last year's budget, and I could tell you the reasons for that as we move through here. These are the main categories of that budget, and you'll see them further broken down as we go through the slides. This is just another representation of all that. Just want to point out, you could see that where the big pieces of the pie are: salary and wage, operations, purchase water, which is source of supply, and debt are the major factors that affect the Ridgewood water budget on an annual basis. A year-by-year analysis, going back as far as 2016, comparing this year's budget to actual expenses that have occurred. You could see the last 3 years we have been spent near the amount budgeted. The last 3 years have been some of the wettest years on record. So as a result, we haven't purchased very much water. We're using less chemicals, other things that are in the budget for that, so there's less expense that's been recognized. But I always roll back to looking at 2016, where we did add a $16 million year, and that was one of the last years of the drought that we last dealt with. So that's kind of like a benchmark, and why our budget today is almost $17 million. On the capital side of things, we have a very, voluminous capital plan working for 2020. We're going to continue our work on the supply, transfer, and booster improvements. We're going to actually go to construction on 2 stations and begin design on another 3. What these improvements are is essentially taking every well house or pump house that is on the books and updating the HVAC, the electrical controls, everything that's there to make those pumps work and push that water out of that system. We're going to put in the final amount of funding required to do the Passaic Valley Water Commission construction. We're going to implement some well treatment design for PFAS, and there's some money in there to begin the actual planning and engineering behind the full PFAS plan that we're reviewing. Distribution system improvements like new mains, service connections, hydrants, etc. There's money for that. We've completed all our tank and reservoir improvements, but we now want to start moving forward with planning of that new booster zone tank in Wyckoff. That's been a goal of the utilities for decades now. Very important. And will play a vital role in our PFAS project as well. Continuing with facility improvements, such thing as new fencing, roofs, windows, security. The money for the Elks Club renovation is included here as well. And then equipments and vehicles, continue to modernize the fleet and provide equipment where necessary to do the different types of jobs that our staff does. And then pay-go capital, which is capital money that's infused into the operating budget that's really for small repairs and replacements, like meters, putting insertion valves out in the field. That money gets paid cash out of the capital budget rather than being bonded. So this slide will kind of give you a story from 2009 on. In purple is the current year we're talking about, contemplating a $7.5 million capital investment that includes the pay-go capital. You could see the years to come, the 5-year projection there forward is pretty ambitious as well. I will note, we set out in 2016 for about a $40 million plan. Through 2020, we're about 38 million, so we're pretty much there of what we set out to do in 16. Everything on the sheet from 2009 on, total $72 million in plan investment for the utility. So the utility is getting the dollars they need, and I thank all of you for that. So just to highlight a little bit more on PFAS and where we're going, and none of those dollars on that prior sheet represent the full scope of what PFAS will be. This draft plan that we're reviewing contemplates about a $100 million capital investment. So how will we pay for that on top of everything else that we're doing in the system? We anticipate having to put a special assessment on customers to pay for that. Now, that special assessment will only exist until such time we could recover that via grants or legal settlements and then offset it. We anticipate that can start as early as next year, but this all hinges on when the DEP will make the regulation for PFAS and how long they will give us to do the treatment. So something to come. I wanted to highlight it this year so there's no surprises, but we do anticipate that that would be our recommendation moving forward, rather than infuse that large investment into the budget and make rates go up at an astronomical rate, to do it as a type of special assessment that will then be removed once the money is garnered from, hopefully, state, federal grants or settlements to pay for that treatment.
And the idea, Rich, is that the capital will be deployed over 4 years, correct?
We're looking at a 5-year plan, but that would have to be negotiated with the state. If the state makes the regulation, you're required to install treatment within 18 months. So we anticipate that we would be forced in a position right away to enter in some type of consent agreement with the state, whereby we'd set out a schedule that everyone's agreeable to, and that they would then hold off on implementing fines on, and shows out how the money will be spent, and give deadlines to that we'd be held to.
What's the estimate on the special assessment? How's that going to be kind of rolled out?
I don't have real numbers yet. Mr. Rooney's given me the projection on debt. We could be seeing as high as a $6 million debt payment by the 5th year. But depending on how we stagger that, if we start in 2021, we could build that up slowly and make the assessment less. If we're able to negotiate over more than 5 years, we can even make it less. But I think you're looking order of magnitude, somewhere maybe $50 or so a bill per quarter.
50 per quarter.
That's a real guesstimate at this
per household.
Per household. But that would only be until such time we could recover the funding to pay that off.
And then how long would that last? Do you know?
Again, it's to be determined. It would all hinge on what we're able to get in terms of other grants and recovery for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you guess?
I don't want to guess that.
You don't want to guess? 5, 6 years is it going to be, or don't know?
I don't know. I could get an answer for you on that.
That would be helpful. Yeah, thanks.
So moving along, how we're going to pay for everything that's in the current budget. Again, we're looking at the $16.9 million revenue requirement. We anticipate using about $2.3 million of surplus that exists today. Water rent of about $12.8 million. I want to point out the reason why the budget is down a little bit and why we're going to have a rate increase this year. You could see to the left under 2019, we had expected to bring in a lot more than $12.8 million. We had anticipated water rents of $12.3 plus almost $1 million in increase in facility charges and increase in water rent, but we fell short of about $500,000 this year, again due to the wet weather. We're not allowed to anticipate any more revenue than we received the prior year, so we are stuck at the 12.8. Moving down the page, we're going to anticipate our annual hydrant service from the towns that are billed for the hydrants, a miscellaneous income of about $940,000. We're not going any higher than that. The number we received in 19, you can see, is a lot higher, 1.2, but that was because of the connection fees we received from the 4 large developments in town. So those are one-time revenues that came in. At the bottom, moving down, we do anticipate, or we'll be proposing a small facility charge change just in our 3-inch and 4-inch meters, and I'll describe that on the next couple of sheets. The next number, increase in water rent, the $195,000, that's the carryover from the 3% rent increase that was approved last year. As you may recall, that rent increase last year only began in July, so it was for 2 quarters. This $195,000 is for the next 2 quarters this year, until such time that we implement the next rate increase that's proposed, which will garner $474,000, and looking at an 8% rate increase. And I'll show you on the following screen.
Can I ask you a question? So why aren't we using it says actual unaudited numbers. The numbers that you're budgeting are less than that? Why? I mean, per the state, we can use the actual number, but we're making it lower? Why is that?
We're loaded by $12,000.
Well, no, just if you look at all the actual unaudited versus the budget, you've got lower numbers in pretty much each of these. And so why aren't you using the actual number from the unaudited? Because we can do that, right?
Well, we're using it for rents. We're using it for hydrant service minus
Yeah, but you're not using it for cell towers, you're not using it for miscellaneous cubes, you're not using it for in-house.
Well, the cell tower number I have, the 515, is what I have on my spreadsheet based on what the leases are. I'd have to investigate why we got $561,000.
Yeah, but you got 289 and 250, so why isn't it 289, 358, 175? Why isn't it 358?
Because those two numbers include the connection fees that came in from the 4 developments.
Oh.
We won't be receiving those in 2020.
Okay,
Yep.
got it. All right,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you. Just another representation of that budget. You could see rent is the largest piece of the pie and the most variable. Rent is weather dependent, depends on use, so that affects the budget a lot. This is just a summary of the changes, and I also have them numerically on the next sheet. But as you may recall, in 2018, facility charges were changed overall for the whole utility, everything from our 5-inch, 8-inch meter up to 4-inch. We found that the 3-inch and 4-inch meter sizes that were proposed required a correction. We were utilizing the wrong scale, so we're correcting that this year. The good news is that only affects 13 accounts that are in that meter category. Volume charge-wise, so each year we develop the budget, and we also do a 3-year projection based on what debt is going to be in our expenses. Debt is going to continue to climb. So based on that projection, we are looking at an 8% rate increase this year. Without that 8% rate increase, you can likely see rate increases in the next 2 years that would dwarf double digits. So we're trying to be proactive with that. Last year was 3%. This year is 8%. But overall, if you averaged everything up from 2010 through current, it's on average been a 3% rate increase per year for the utility, and even with this 8% in 2020.
So each household can expect an 8% increase in their bill?
Yes, and I'll show you 2 more slides what that exact dollar amount would be.
Thank you.
Got it. So here's the numerical changes in those values. The facility charges, a 3-inch meter that currently pays $494.65 will go up to $577.15. The 4-inch meter will go from $824.42 to $989.40. And the volume rate, which is today $4.82 plus the penny state tax is $4.83, will go up to $5.22. And if approved, that new rate will take place in the 3rd quarter bill, likely in June or July of this year. So this is a summary of the average residential water consumer in the Ridgewood water service area, and it's based on a 5-8-inch meter, which is the majority of our service consumers. So on that basis, those users on average consume about 85,000 gallons a year. So that's what these 2 charts are based on. So in 2019, based on the current rate, that user would see an annual bill of $541.26. With the new rate, they're going to see annual total bill of $574.32, a $33 increase, or about $8.37 per quarter on their bill, based on the new rate.
And so when we start dealing with the PFAS situation, it's another $200 on top of that per year. So you're looking at $775 per year bill.
If the surge assessment is what I estimated it to be, yes.
Okay. And that would happen when?
Don't know. Sometime next year. We're going to know this April what the state is doing with the regulations. So we anticipate sometime by later this spring or this summer we'll have information that we can then share with the council and ultimately with the public about what are the next steps. It's been 2 years since we put out that first public notification, so we intend on updating that and then including some of that information in there to help guide education on that.
Thank you.
With that, we're all here to answer any questions you have on any of the parts of the budget.
a couple questions. So all the calculations that you just gave us, did that include projections for the new developments? For what? I didn't remember.
In terms of rents, no. It's that I should have brought the calculation. We don't have it. The actual rent receivables from the developments are going to be very small. There's no lawns. They're going to be apartment complexes, water efficient, fixtures. So the amount of money that will go up in rent is a small percentage for the utility. So we didn't even consider it.
No swimming pools, no lawns.
No.
Just still restrictions we're going to be under for this year?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And they'll be under the restrictions as well. Everybody will be on, regardless of.
Yes, and part of the planning board approvals, they were all required as a condition if they have any landscaping areas to put in smart controllers.
Okay.
So for the 4 developments.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all I had.
Thank you.
I still say the best deal in town, 0.5% per gallon.
Still pretty close to that.
And even with the proposed increases, where does that leave us relative to similarly sized utilities in the state?
We're still somewhat in the middle. Part of what I'm going to put up on the website will include a chart that the rate consultant did for us that rates us alongside of about 20 other utilities, major utilities in the state. Believe it or not, Ridgewood Water is in what they call the Big 25, or one of the 25 largest utilities in the state. So when you lump us in with the rest of those and some other, ones beyond the 25, I don't know if you could see, but we're the yellow bar. So you can see there's a lot of blue bars still to the right of us, and some are very high. Sorry, I don't have a slide of it, but this will be on the website tomorrow. And again, this is based on an average consumption along with the meter charges that all utilities charge and a sliding scale. You're going to see a lot more of these start to go up because a lot of these utilities aren't or haven't taken the proactive approach that you have on PFAS.
Have the ones to the right taken that proactive response?
Some have. New Jersey American Water is on here. Some have, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
So I have no questions.
Thank you.
No, I just, I appreciate your honesty in bringing, the real numbers to us. Ever since you started, Rich, you put together a great team, and you guys have all really turned the water department around. It's 180 degrees. So, it's, looking at the numbers is kind of scary, but again, with some of the stuff in the water might be kind of scary too. So we have to address it. It's the right thing to do, and it's good to be upfront and honest with everybody. So I appreciate all that.
Thank you.
I also appreciate, Rich, all the work that you've done. I've seen firsthand when we go to, whether it's Washington or Atlantic City, it's amazing, but Ridgewood Water is at the forefront of a lot of the big issues. We went to that conference recently, and I was shocked at just how much further ahead we were than anybody else. I know you've done a tremendous job, but it really shows, and the fact that we're working with a policy consultant and driving the dialogue on a lot of the big issues that are affecting the water utilities.
I thank you all for your support, and again, as you mentioned, the staff, without the staff behind me, none of this could be accomplished.
So Rich, just a question on the PFAS situation. You said
I can't,
about $100 million?
Can Jeff use
The microphone is off, Jeff.
Is that 100?
Yeah, we just can't.
$100 million?
Correct. That's the current estimate. Yes.
And what does that get us, $100 million?
So the plan, and we will release it once it's final, looked at alternatives for treatment and found that the most cost-effective alternative for the utility is to centralize treatment. So whereas today we have 30-some-odd points of entry, we'll likely centralize and go down to maybe 15 or 17. And a lot of that, the reasoning behind that is we have several locations where there's just no property to install treatment. And there's efficiencies behind centralizing, too. You no longer have to go to all these locations to deliver chemicals and check on the pumps. You have a smaller amount of areas to go to. So there'll be a balancing effect there where if we kept everything the way it was, we would likely have to get more staff. Now the staff needs will be, or the staff increase would be reduced based on that.
So what do you think that's going to be? Where? Is it gonna
It's
be-
in that report.
Oh.
There's actual numbers in there. They looked at everything from that, electricity, operation and maintenance projections, and it's all projected over 40 years.
Okay. So in that report that we don't have?
It's draft. It's currently being reviewed.
Okay. And we'll get that one?
Once it's final, I'd like to do a presentation in front of the council and likely put it on the website as well.
Okay.
So the public could have it available and to review.
All right. Thanks.
So I just want to add, I'm going to speak for myself, but I think that Mike will probably agree with me. In 2014, when we were elected to Ridgewood Village Council and we had our first opportunity to review Ridgewood Water and really get an understanding of the operation, I think the two of us were like fairly highly concerned. And I have to say that the level of confidence that you have brought to this utility is really second to none, and I really appreciate that. I think that the work to bring reliable, safe water to our customers is priority one, and you deliver that with confidence and make us feel good. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
So I think we're just going to take a true 5-minute break before we go into the next section, because that'll, 5 minutes. So we'll see you back here at 7:40.
Sandwich break, yeah. Need some more.
You don't have to have a phone charger, will you?
Which is yours, an iPhone?
Yeah.
Yep. Mine doesn't work on yours.
That's all right.
Maybe Ramon does?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm just going to ask the deputy clerk to do a roll call again, please.
Deputy Mayor Knudsen.
Here.
Councilman Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Boyd.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
Mayor Hache.
Here.
And the time is 7:45. So our next items are all, Bob Rooney's going to take them, and we're going to start with finance and tax collector. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct. So accomplishments for 2019. I'm proud that we introduced and adopted the 2019 budget within statutory time limits, the first that anyone can remember in quite some time. We coordinate audits of the IT, including penetration testing operations, and proved that the systems that are in place were operating as appropriate. We expanded the use of parking kiosks. We worked with management to facilitate the construction of a new parking garage. And we worked with management to interview and hire a new tax collector, deputy, and tax assessor. Goals for 2020, bring the garage into operation, introduce and adopt the 2020 budget within statutory time limits again, continue to coordinate departmental audits with our external audit firm, monitor the use of parking kiosks throughout the village, and enhance the reporting for specific identification of IT equipment, including mapping and connection equipment. So with that, if we can start with finance. I'd love to go over my capital, but I don't have any.
No new trucks?
No trucks, no furniture, no nothing.
Super calculator.
So in our operating budget for finance, we're up slightly. Okay. Any better? No? Sounds lower.
Did you turn it off?
Dylan heard about IT audits and all of a sudden. Okay, whatever you say. So our salary wages are up in accordance with contractual commitments. Our other expenses are up slightly. That's the result of, excuse me 1 second while I get to 29. Kronos, which is going to be our implementation of the time reporting system. We're currently working with them to get it off the ground. We have the machines all in-house. We have locations where they're going to be going, and we're looking to get this in place by July 1. So hopefully we'll get that rolling. The other thing that's in here, other item that's in here for other contractual services is a CityBot notification pilot of $9,000, which is, Heather, maybe you could just speak to that. You know more about than I do.
This is CityBot?
Yes.
Okay. So we had a webinar about it, and basically what it is it's a way for people to report different issues, whether they be potholes, whether it be garbage is not picked up, whether it's a traffic light out, a street sign down, and it allows them to just text it in, and then they get a response saying, we received your request. And then what happens is it gets filtered to one person here who then disseminates it to the departments. Once it's completed, something's put in saying it's been completed, and then there's an automated message going back to the person reporting the issue saying thank you for this and it's been completed. So it's something that we're thinking about possibly doing, and it certainly would help because right now, people email whoever they think will be able to help them. And sometimes it's 15 people, and sometimes we had one where Johanna Luttrell, who's actually a recycling person, she was receiving things for street signs down. So, she kept emailing them back saying, please don't do it, send it to me, send it to this person, and somehow it just never changed. So she kept receiving them back. She's a part-time employee, actually. And so on her days when she was here in the office, she would certainly redirect them, but the issue was that, sometimes they'd wait a day or two because of the fact that it was going to the wrong person. So this way it will be directed to the correct person and then be able to be responded to. So it's something we're considering doing.
Next one is tax collection. Salaries and wages are down substantially. The tax collector retired. She's been here almost 40 years. brought a new one on board, so there's a substantial savings there. And the other expenses are flat to last year. Any questions on those two? Deferred charges and statutory expenditures. Deferred charges are same as last year, $50,000 a year for the revision to the special emergency for revision to the master plan, and a $5,000 contribution we make towards unfunded capital ordinances. Statutory expenditures, we're proposing a increase about $130,000 in terminal leave to sort of build the reserve up. Other items are relatively flat with the exception of the pension items, which are approximately 3 to 4% over last year. One of your favorite topics, parking utility. So our parking utility budget is approximately 60% of what it was last year. The key factors there are the lease agreements on the kiosks and the debt service associated with the parking garage. We're using approximately $200,000 more in operating surplus. We generated approximately $1.5 million.
Excuse me.
Question. Actually, it's $500,000 in parking and fees. And interest on investments, almost $200,000 as a result of the bond issue that we had that we can interest on until we're paying down the contractors. Questions on parking? No capital parking, just had an ordinance for the $350,000 on remediation on the property, so that's the only one we did this year. All right, next one, we'll do capital. And the reason I'd like to do capital is because your decision is going to have an impact as to how much money I have to put into the capital improvement fund. So our journey started with the departmental requests of approximately $26 million in capital for 2020. We went through and pared that down to approximately $13 million after meeting with the department heads and coming to a conclusion as to what their needs were. The idea is to get consistent with prior years, and that would be a number of about $8 million. $8 million will require $400,000 in down payment in operating account. Okay. We've been doing approximately 7.7 the last few years. So I looked at 8 and said, let's use that as a target. So that would mean getting this down substantially. So I took what was presented to council, which all the department heads have discussed with me, including tonight, and we started with $13.5 million. Heather and I then met and removed everything, and there's a summary here that I give them. Starting with Shedler, ambulances, dump truck, went through some of the big ticket items, and then looked at some of the infrastructure commitments that we had and tried to modify them. That brought us down to $10,070,000. I then took another pass through and said, okay, if we start with that as the base and then move some of these items out that we potentially may not get to this year, possibly towards the end of the year, and we can deal with those at the time, we can get this down to $8 million. So those highlighted in yellow on the detail sheets are all the ones that I'm suggesting we delay for now until they get into the loop on these projects. talked to Chris about some of these. He's on board. He thinks that the concept is correct, because we can't do everything at once.
Right.
It's almost impossible. So we try to set our priorities. So with that being said, I can get this down to $8 million, and we would have $400,000 that we'd have to appropriate in the operating fund. So I know tonight, I listened to you react to some of the needs that the departments have. So it's a tough decision. You know, the small items are a piece of cake. When you start looking at $250,000 piece of equipment, that adds up real quick. So we have to either stay where we are or talk about moving some things around.
So I just want to make sure. Here, Bob, on some of the, I'm looking at the move to Phase 2 financing. You have the West Glen Ave signal improvement.
Yep.
You want to move that out?
I want to postpone it. Doesn't mean it's not going to get done this year, but it's going to be, you know, when we get to it. Again, I just threw this in.
Yeah, and then West Glen Ave sidewalks? You want to move that?
Yes.
Too? Yeah. I'm not in favor of that.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
Had to start someplace.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're going to have a lot of very upset residents, so.
I just don't think $10 million, $9 million capital plan this year is smart from the standpoint of the impact it's going to have on debt service as you get down the road. And again, we've used, we went for a few years before I got here where I think we probably had $2 million. And we paid the price because the equipment started to fail. Then all of a sudden it started to escalate. So we're on that path to keep things, to maintain things, but the infrastructure is very, very expensive.
So the spreadsheets or the charts you have following those are what each item you have is you're recommended to keep. Is that what it is?
Yeah. So if it's in the blue, it got removed.
Okay, got it.
If
Right.
it's yellow, it's suggesting that we postpone it.
Okay, got it. Yep.
So can we just swap things? Can we barter?
You can.
Okay. So if I go to engineering tab on there, if I'm with you on this, there
All right, so there's 4 groups: vehicles,
Mhm.
equipment,
Yeah,
buildings, and
infrastructure. So if we take item, okay, this is probably going to kill me, and my neighbors probably won't be happy, but that Circle Avenue drainage replacement.
hear you. Sorry.
I'm sorry, the Circle Ave drainage replacement?
Yes.
So that's 300, is that 350? Or 155? I'm like having a hard time seeing it on my line. So right now, that's in, right?
Circle Avenue drainage replacement. No.
What the total
that
on
was
that?
taken out. That was 350,
And that was taken out?
and the blue is taken
Oh.
out.
Okay, all right.
Assuming that's blue.
All right, so how come, let me just go back and look at that. So that was taken out. Okay. Am I missing a sheet? Oh, I see, there it is. Oh, yeah, that's gone. Now I see where it was taken out. Okay, I thought I was going to border on something here. Okay.
And some of them aren't taken out completely, like yellow, where it says postponed, some of it's just reduced. So it's kind of phased. So you'll see something for $1 million, but now it's 500,000, you know, so that means that's what we're appropriating this year. And that's, which one?
Franklin Avenue Street.
That's for the Franklin Avenue streetscape. So instead of the $1 million, it's 500,000. That's what's being proposed. So it wasn't completely taken out. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's just reduced.
So what was the total originally? Oh, it was at 13.
13 was what the department heads, what we all concluded were the needs.
Mm-hmm.
So when we met with the department heads, discussed these, and we came up with 13 million.
Right, and that's when we met with the department heads, and then they kind of swapped with each other and decided what they still wanted to go forward with. Even after that, though, we were at what? What was the amount after we? Or that was the amount. We started at 20-something. So we got down to 13 million. Then we now have brought it down to 8. So by basically choosing some of the larger ticket items and also realizing we can't accomplish everything in 2020. And like I said, in some of them is removed completely, and others it's just reduced.
So, if we were to ask what would be maybe the top 5 that are critical to stay in that could be, you know what I mean? Like, what is the, what are the top 5 that for safety, like we're talking about sanitation as an example, how the structure of how we do sanitation is changing around the world. So we unfortunately have to kind of fall in with that. Are those things that no matter what, we're going to have to fund those because we don't have an alternative. You can't leave sanitation, obviously it's not a soft cost. It's something that is a system of functioning in the village that we really can't do without,
And I completely understand. So if you wanted to put in a new packer or whatever they're requesting, and you agree 8 million's a number that you want to stay at, then you have to take something else out.
Right.
So also included in here are big ticket items, library, $2 million.
Right.
Shedler, that the whole piece of that. We brought that down to $1 million, from $2.4 million to $1 million,
Right.
because the project, is going to take time.
But that includes both.
That includes the park as well
And
as
the
building.
house, so that's both.
So that total is 1.8.
Of
And
the
you already
8.
have $2 million road paving, which
Right.
we've introduced already. So when you look at those big ticket, they have to real quick.
Yeah. The road paving, if I haven't had less than maybe 50 people complain about the roads. That, obviously, again, those are things that you see every day. They're tangible, people are saying, I'm wrecking my car by going through potholes.
So we've already approved $2 million
Right.
for paving. So.
Right.
But the request was 3, so we
Right.
took $1 million off of that.
Because realistically, $2 million is probably, we still have some to do from last year.
Right.
With the previous contractor. So we figure $2 million will probably do well for this year.
Yeah.
So can I don't know if it's easier for anyone else, but I feel like the sheet of the proposed, what we're removing, would be helpful if I saw what we were keeping and on the same sheet, like that, on the same exact sheet. So, and separated by department. Is that?
Which page we talking about?
So I'm on the budget, the proposed revision.
Yes.
So if I were looking at that, it would be helpful for me to have all the items listed that were recommended, and then separated like on an Excel sheet by department, and then what's in and what's out. Because I'm kind of finding like I have to keep going, flipping back to pages. But if I can, if we as the village council can look at things and say, all right, do we really need this, and would we prefer to have that? But it's hard because I have to keep flipping pages, and I think we all have to keep flipping pages.
Yeah.
So it would be nice if I could just see everything, and then just by department too. And we could, if it's in an Excel spreadsheet, we could just kind of sort to where we want to be and better understand what exactly we're looking at. Because I guess the barricades are in, right? And
No, it looks like they're out.
so the police barricades are completely out.
Yeah, all of that's out.
Oh, all of that's out.
All
So
that's out.
I can't figure out, because I was just going to go back and barter over the barricades, and then I, but I'm flipping back and forth to
They're out.
pages, so I can't figure out what we can kind of tweak to,
Yeah.
I could do it.
yeah, I think that might be helpful. I don't know about anyone else if they think that
Yeah.
might be.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, so are you don't expect us to have to decide this tonight, do you?
Well,
I mean,
what I'm going to have to
what
do
time
is
would
put
you-
it on, I have to put this on Wednesday for another discussion item, and we're going to have to decide then, because for us to be able to introduce it in a week, that's what we have to do.
Yeah, well, so, I mean, is it worthwhile for just, I mean, we can send you the top, I don't know, 5 or 10 that each of us wants? Or, I mean, I don't know how to do that.
I'm finding it hard to kind of, it's
To know
hard
what the
to
top
look at
10
the
are,
menu and see, if I'm only seeing a piece of it, it's hard for me to decide what to pick. So unless I see it all on the sheet where, you know what I'm saying, Jeff? It's just, I'm finding it hard because I have to keep going back to, like, the fire department and then back to Parks and Rec and figure.
Let me ask you this, though. Do you want, like, right now it's separated by vehicles, by infrastructure, and what's the other one?
Buildings.
Buildings.
And equipment.
So do you want, you just want it by department?
I want to see,
Is
what
that
I'd
correct?
like to see on this sheet.
Right.
And probably in an Excel spreadsheet so everyone can
I
kind of
understand.
sort, is everything that was recommended, so on those original sheets from each department is capital, on each department's cap budget, every item that was recommended. So when Chief Savarius was here and he talked about the oxy, pulse oximeter, whatever.
But those were decided.
Flux capacitor.
Right, right.
Yeah, I think,
I don't know, you know, the oxy.
But then we'll be back at 13 million.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I want to see is all of those items on an Excel spreadsheet.
That were in the approved?
That were in the recommended.
Okay.
And now what, so I can kind of, and then in brackets what you have removed, and this way we can see what you're keeping and what you're removing all on one sheet. And then
And then you're saying is also, you can group them into departments.
That's what I'm saying. Would you rather have it by department as opposed to?
If it's in an Excel spreadsheet and I click by sort by departments, then I can see fire department, and I can see, well, they asked for an ambulance and maybe, a kitchen, and I see that we took out the kitchen, but.
Why
like
don't we
the-
just group it by department? And then we'll give you, the fire department, this is what they're asking for. Building,
But I think we need it
infrastructure.
all on one sheet, one Excel spreadsheet, so that
I
because.
understand, but I want to do it by department because they have multiple requests in one department. This way, you'll see it by department, you'll see what each department is receiving, recommended, and then you can see what's been taken out.
Right.
Okay.
And then we can kind of figure out from there how we want to proceed, because we might say, yeah, we don't want this, and we'd prefer to have that.
And you could have something that would seem on the surface to be, for example, infrastructure, but it could be a safety item. It could be, so West Glen, for example, it might be sort of infrastructure, but it's really a safety kind of, so there's, I think it's a better way to kind of spell it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Heather, and that's kind of what I was asking last week about Shedler. So if it's 864,000 to complete the interior,
Right.
do we have like a timeline? And could you divide that, because we're already half year, so could you put that on a schedule so that you see realistically, because we have to go out to bid,
Right.
and
Well, and
realistically how that's all going to.
Right, we're also waiting for grant funding, which we
Right.
probably won't hear about until August or September, most likely.
Right, so that's a big chunk that we're allocating for 2020 that may not
Sure.
come reality until, latter part of the year or even beginning of 2021. So,
Or even help us prioritize what are the things that need to get done. So you can't leave the house sort of half finished. So that's one of the things that you have to kind of complete whatever you can, right? Realistically.
Right.
But with regard to the field,
Right.
maybe we just focus really on the berm, and then have the field be sort of the next step.
Hold off on the parking lot, you mean?
because I think Chris said the parking lot was the next plan.
So maybe you do like the house, and then if you think it's 800,000+ for the house, and then more than likely, because we've been so good at getting the grants, then half of that would be offset anyway, but we wouldn't know until August or September. But again, we have a pretty good, history with these grant this funding, and it's a good chance that we're going to get that. So half of that, you're not looking at really 800.
You're looking at $4 for 2020, and then it could be
Because then
pushed
that would be
into.
offset, and then if you put the parking lot off until next year, then that brings that total down and makes it a little bit more palatable. So whatever we can do to greatly reduce all that field work, and just focus on the berm and get that done, and then get the house done, and then We could, because at that point, people might not have a dedicated walking trail, but still they could probably get back there and still just kind of like walk the property a little bit until we go in and do further improvements.
I guess the only difficulty is if we don't have a parking lot, if the house is finished, then you're not going to be able to use the house because there'll be nowhere to park.
Well,
there's still a
I guess
parking
that's why I'm saying the
space.
schedule of
Not
the
really.
construction, if we could have a better idea of the schedule of
Right.
construction, because if none of this is really even going to happen, if we have to go out to bid, if we have to, obviously follow historical.
SHPO, right.
Yeah, if we have to follow SHPO, if we have to
Mhm.
do all of these other things and wait for matching grants,
It might not get
It'll
completed
take
till
time.
the end of the
Yeah.
year.
It will
So
take
if the house
time.
is completed in,
Yeah.
say, November, December, there's almost no need to put a parking
Right.
lot in because it wouldn't be open until that time anyway. And then
Right.
if it's open for all of 21, then
Yeah.
you do a parking lot.
I
and you have
understand.
a walking trail and you go back and do the
Yeah.
field or however you want to do it. Because if you think we have Kings Pond Park is in there, and
Yeah.
that's a big expense.
Yep.
And then the other one is the library, which is is a huge expense, and that's really what's
Right.
driving
Yeah.
up out the library.
Yeah, because it's driving it up,
the-
but the projects may not even be done until, or they may not, they're latter part of the year
Right,
projects.
correct.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
Gives
So,
a little
again,
bit-
I'll put this on the Wednesday meeting because we're going to have to decide then.
Yeah.
So, but at least this way you'll have it, hopefully sometime tomorrow, so you can look at it, and then, you'll have to discuss this on Wednesday. So,
But could you maybe prioritize, in your minds, what the top 5 are in terms of?
That's what we tried to do by cutting.
Yeah,
I mean,
The library, for
it-
example, is critical because
The application.
you can't hold off that
well,
200
no, it's
bucks.
in there.
Yeah.
The library's in there,
Right.
but then,
I'm saying, but those are the rankings of what's critical in terms of a time perspective, for example.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that also might help.
well, those are the things that were left in,
Yeah.
honestly. They were left in.
Yeah, so Bob, can you go over again, I know you want to get it down to 8, you went from 13 to 8. If it was above 8, what's the risk here again? What's the concern? Help me understand. If we bumped it up another 500,000 or bumped it up another $1 million,
Right.
what's the issue?
It's just the impact that you're going to have 4 years from now, debt service.
Yeah.
I-
If you look at the summary sheet on capital, at the bottom, I have debt
Yeah.
service, which shows by year, the principal interest, that's been authorized for the last 10 years. All the way up to the right-hand side, you'll see the net debt, the percentage, and that's starting to climb.
Which one am I looking at here?
Bottom of the first page of capital summary. This one.
Got it, okay. So it shows there how much we had for,
So look at the bottom.
Yep.
You see the debt line here on the left-hand side, the capital improvement fund that was used for the grants, and what the outstanding bonds and loans and notes are.
okay, got it.
And all the way to the right is the net debt. So it gives you an indication of, where you are in the grand scheme of things. And that's starting to inch up. Again, I would expect that based upon the projects that, we're adding on every year. All I'm saying is that to be consistent, that, 8 million might be a good number. 9 million, maybe you're stretching a little. But
So,
it only
so,
takes 4 Packer trucks to get to 9 million.
I get, so the net debt percentage, is there a rule of thumb for a municipality that it's safe, it's, but we can afford it? Is this a good number, or is it?
I say under 1% is good.
Okay.
You're allowed 3.5%, but you never, ever, ever want to get there. 3.5% of average equalized valuations you're allowed. But Ridgewood is not, the larger municipalities, they issue debt for everything, so they're the ones that deal with 3.5%. So anything under 1% is good, and the rating agencies look at that too, which, by the way, we're probably going to have a bond sale this year. The our notes are coming due in August, so we'll be starting to work with Acacia to come up with a timetable and game plan.
So your recommendation is we keep that net debt percentage below 1%?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, another question. What gets us to that 1% if we were to say, okay, we want $9 million?
That's what we're trying to do.
Solve for X.
Or, yes, solve for X for me.
That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, okay, is that what we just talked about?
Yes.
Sorry. Brain infarct. Got it.
Well, I mean, and that, I guess that's the thing. We have to kind of put ourselves in the shoes of everybody in the village and what are going to be the pressure points of if we don't have this, what's going to happen, and it, you know, that's key, I think.
Absolutely. From a fiduciary standpoint, the rating agencies look at spikes because I'm not saying this is going to happen. Let's say you made $14 million. I'm going to look back and say, well, where were you the last 5 years? What changed? Were you watching the store? I'm not saying this is going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing this out because these are the type of questions I have to answer when I sit down with them every year. You know, anytime we have a debt offering, I got to get on the phone and respond to these things, and they're pretty sharp when it comes to this stuff.
But if it were $7 million to $9 million, that's not,
No, you're in the
that's not a bad amount.
And the, you know, the cost of vehicles and the price to do business today is escalating, obviously, so you would expect it to go up. But, you know, just try to use a guideline to try and balance it.
And we also have to put the down payment into the general funds, right? That's the other thing.
That's the other side. That's why I led with capital. So if let's say you're going to do 8, just for argument's sake right now. So now we go into the general fund, unless you have one capital question. So the revenues and expenses for general fund. Revenues, looking to anticipate another $270,000 surplus. Compared to last year, revenues are down approximately $600,000. We did have some one-shot revenues in there, like the general fund balance, general capital fund balance, a couple of other items in here which we knew weren't going to recur. We usually balancing that for last year. So with that being said, when we go into the appropriations, we started this journey at $53 million, which is approximately $2 million over last year's budget. We sat down with the departments. I met with each one twice. Heather met with me once when we finalized to come up with a consensus. And we came up with another number for appropriations, which pared it down to a little less than 53. We couldn't get any other people to say that they could give exactly what we might have needed. So with that being said, Heather and I then took a pass through. And there's a sheet here that calls budget reductions.
And just so you know, this is done every single year.
Yeah,
Every single year. Yeah, this is not new. So every single year, we go into it, and then we go back to the departments and say, you can't have your extra person, you can't have your part-timer, you can't, you know, we're going to reduce your overtime budget, you know, whatever it might be. So
So we went department by department, line item by line item, to see where we could make some changes. I can go through each one if you want, but basically it's,
So can we just go to the biggest one there, the health insurance?
right. So the health insurance is made up of several pieces. We've had reductions in some areas this year from prior year having to do with retirees. So Steve and I went through and did some calculations and felt comfortable that we could, you know, bring this down. The only caveat there is sometimes when we have excess there, it's like money in the bank. If we need transfers down at the end of the year, we can use it to cover unforeseen expenses. So it's sort of cut things close. Bottom line is, after all these cuts, after this $2 million cuts
And if you recall, we had 2 years of .99, and this is the result of that, unfortunately. Just like when we had 2 years of zeros, and we had to bounce back from that as well.
So this is with the 51 million?
That's the 51,018.
Right.
2.2% tax.
That's correct.
Correct.
You had, contributing to that is a slight decrease in valuations this year, so that automatically generates.
Right.
Wasn't big, but it wasn't an increase.
But that was the question that I asked about the partial assessments on those. I think, somebody said they were going to be finished in September, not occupied. So once they're finished, we can tax them.
Yes, you get an annual tax.
Yeah.
And you get the benefit at that.
Yeah, so we'll have a full quarter, plus or minus. We'll have a full.
You strike the rate, you have to go by what you have now.
No, I know, but for our budgeting purposes, and what we're going to eliminate, we can, and that, if we can maybe get that number, we can anticipate that we will have a little bit of a cash surge at the end of the year from that if we assess them and they pay, because November 1 is when there's going to be a tax payment due. I'm assuming that we'll get a quarter from those that are finished, the ones that are finished, so.
But you'll still have to strike a rate before that. Yes, cash flow wise.
Yeah, and that's.
Next year will be in great shape.
Yeah.
What you calculate now.
Yeah, and I know that we can't theoretically anticipate it in our budget, but we, as a council, can anticipate some different things that are going to be happening, such as when we were just talking about Shedler, we can anticipate that there's going to be plans that, and we're going to have to go out to bid, and there's going to be, historical machinations going on to make sure that we're doing everything correctly. So we can kind of.
And that's where the criticality of the timing comes into
Yes.
play. Because if something is absolutely critical, then we can postpone.
Right.
But if there's stuff that we can put out to a year from now,
Yeah.
we'll be in great shape.
Yeah.
In 12 months.
Yep.
Because of that.
Yeah. So I don't know if we could even try to find some of that information out, or we can. I don't know.
Just as I'm just looking at the different, what was recommended, and I guess that's, the sheets following on the cap. If I'm looking at the exterior renovations to Village Hall, that's 75, and that's still in, right?
That was reduced, right?
It was at 100, but it's reduced to 75. So we could do the exterior renovations to Village Hall, I guess that's kind of a beautification project.
It's for the columns and the front of the building, which
Right.
are peeling, and they
Right.
really
Yeah.
look terrible.
Yeah.
Right.
But the reason the cost is so high is because there's lead. It's going to take remediation to
Right.
break it down.
But we could take that and postpone it for a year and take that 75 and put it towards something else.
You could.
Because what I do know is that in 1 year, I'll make this comparison. If I, 1 year from now, take the 75 and repair the columns, then the columns are essentially no worse for wear. We're continuing and we get that done. If we don't take the 75 and plant trees, we've put back the tree plan a full year. So when we're looking at, if I'm looking at the computers, we have 40 replacement computers. Can we phase in 20 and 20? Can we split that and put money towards something else that is maybe
Yeah.
I think that's why we kind of need to see this, and I think that there's opportunity here to rethink some of where the allocations went, where that money went, and kind of say, I'm less interested in the columns on the front of Village Hall, albeit I don't disagree. I'm more interested in enhancing the quality of life for the folks. So I think that's more relevant than the columns on the front of Village Hall.
But I think back to.
But I think they're not important. But go ahead.
But back to the scheduling. Mike, have they given any estimate of how many trees can physically be planted in a week? Like, did you do the scale of there'll be no more than 5 because of the employees having to have the time to do it. So is it going to be 5 trees a week? Is it going to be 10 trees a week?
It's not, the employees don't, that's why the cost of trees are, they've been bouncing between $350 and $500 because it's all outsourced. It's not in-house, it's not employees. So you have to pay for the cost of the tree, you have to pay for the cost of whoever the contractor is to do the actual work to plant them and stake them and everything else. So when you go out to bid for that, they come in with however many people they need, and then they go out in the fall because that's the planting time, and they just kind of plant everything as quickly as they could, and I think they usually get around to it. It depends on the money, so it's not.
So they feel that they could accomplish 200 trees in the fall. And, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because they did it in 2000.
Yeah.
What was it? 18. Yeah, well, in 2018 when there was $100,000.
So there's no way around
that.
Yeah.
The paving budget.
Yeah, so there's no way around it.
They were able to go through and actually do that again because it's outsourced. So whoever bids on that is going to look at the project and they're going to know how many people they need and have a relative idea of how long it'll take, and then that's what they bid on. So then that could get done in a year.
But we can't guarantee that that'll be 200 trees because we don't know what the price per tree is going to be until we get the bids.
There's so many other factors, like there may be trees that we have to remove to make sure that, again, right tree, right place, that the tree that we're planting is going to be surviving.
Right.
Yeah,
Correct.
so
Correct.
there's a couple other elements of it, but is it all going to get done? I guess that's in terms of timing, maybe that's the timeline of the big things to kind of.
I think the other thing too is that, the library is going to come tomorrow night, or Wednesday night, I'm sorry, and do a presentation. I've had a little preview of the plan, and it's significantly reduced. So when we're looking at, we still have that $2 million bill in there. I mean, I'm looking at the $2 million and, a library renovation, and yet if we can kind of share that and break it apart and find other ways to allocate that money and benefit the our infrastructure, or I don't know what was, Jeff, what was the sidewalk? Yeah, what was the sidewalk value? So the question is, do we have to kind of split this up and work on multiple projects, but we have to be prudent and responsible moving forward. So I mean, there's an opportunity right there. And I'm looking to throw the library under the bus, but that was their original ask, and it may be not realistic.
I don't know. Are they required to show that we've introduced a bond ordinance for $2 million?
Yeah, so they changed the plans. That's what's going to be coming before us. And they're working as fast as they can to get the estimate, because the estimate's going to be what the estimate is. So I'm just going to make a number up. Nobody hold me to the number. So if the number is, I'm just going to say $6.5 million.
Right.
It changes, it changes all the other aspects of it, because then if you divided that in half, that would be $3.25 million, and then it would change things. So,
sure.
But we don't know until they're trying their best to get this all done quickly, because obviously we have to get it done. But those are like the little pieces of it that have been taken, because the plan has to come to us on Wednesday. We have to agree to it, and then they have to go back and say, okay, now that they've agreed to it, what's the cost to do it? So.
And then doing their grant application,
yeah.
are they requiring that they have a $2 million bond ordinance to do that?
There, and again, this would be better asked of those filling out the application, because the application is very cumbersome. But I think whatever our match is based on what we submit, as long as we've approved up to that amount, and I think that's why we put in there up to, it could be reduced. But we won't know until the application's in, which is coming in a couple of weeks, so it gives us a little breathing room.
And then also, I don't think the idea is to say, if say the library project comes in and you get, it was a great guess and you got the number right, and then we would have to put in a 1.25, like $1.25 million to match everything and complete the project. I don't think the idea is then, well, we have this extra $750,000, so now we can fund this project, and this project. I think the idea is to get down below what the current capital, yeah, so
It'll offset it.
Deputy Mayor Newton just said that you wouldn't really, I wouldn't take the, money away from the life if the library comes through and they don't need the $2 million. I wouldn't take, a portion of that $2 million
And offset it somewhere
put
else.
it in somewhere else, because then your overall, your final number doesn't change, it doesn't budge anywhere. You're just kind of you're shuffling things around. The idea, I think, is to probably reduce it by
Yeah,
1 or 2 million.
and here's the reason. I'm looking at the cardboard compactor has been removed. That's a quality of life issue for our neighbors off of Glen. That's a quality of life issue, and we've taken $45,000 off the table to improve the quality of life on a Saturday afternoon or a Saturday morning. They're listening to the trucks and the trucks and the trucks and the trucks. And their life and their family, if they're having a party, a birthday party or anything in the summer, that's what they're hearing all day. So we took $45,000 off the table to improve the quality of life for our neighbors, but we have still the $2 million in there. And I think that it's important that we look at this and say, what's improving the quality of life and the condition for our neighbors on a day-to-day basis.
I agree with you, and what we took out was just a recommendation to get to that reduction to $8 million.
Right. I understand.
So that's why it's your decision as to what you feel is more important than the other, and that's fine. And that's why we're bringing it to you. And so we'll get that new spreadsheet, and then we'll be able to, discuss it on Wednesday night. And then, that decision has to be made then, though, so we can move forward with the introduction on the 11th.
So just a question kind of on the lines of that, and I think I mentioned a couple of times. So out on Long Island, they have the recycling center is set up with 20 or 40-foot containers, and nothing is idling. You're dropping everything in, and when it fills, they snap like a tarp on it, and then the truck comes in and takes it out, and they put another empty one in. So nothing's idling. It's just you're just dropping and dropping and dropping until it fills. So I'm wondering, we do have that for the paper, where you're just standing at the side, but I'm wondering if we switch over for cardboard to that, having a big enough hole that you're putting it in, or have the steps up.
I think the cardboard, just by virtue of what it is, it just takes up a ton of space, and unless you compress it, I think that
but the truck is much smaller than those 40-foot long.
But then they have to haul that. It's probably a different haul. It probably changes the whole hauling fee and everything, because you haven't compressed it. Now you have a bigger container that you have to transport, so it probably changes the whole.
Well, the efficiency, you're you're making more trips, but less material is being carried out.
And even though you're carrying like uncompressed, but you need a bigger container, it probably costs more, significantly more to
And
haul.
fuel, too.
Right, fuel and cost and shipping,
More trips back and forth.
But it's a good
so
question. I mean, I don't know.
Fuel costs go up.
But I just think, when I look at the sidewalks, 150,000, I think, those are important initiatives. So, all right, if we have that sheet, it would be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was going to say, for the operating budget, so there was proposed reductions. And so this is, maybe we can get at least an approval of this. Again, these are things that some it's a reduction, some is, they don't get a part-time person, or the part-time person starts in July, or whatever the case might be. So, okay.
So some of these are just internal accounting, and some are actually headcount. So accumulated leave, we consolidated reduction of $160,000 reserve. Capital improvement fund, we have an increase of $25,000 to $400,000. Explain to you the capital. MIS, we have an individual that we just hired for the MIS that's to work with water. We're going to charge them 100% check. Engineering, they requested a principal engineer, we said no. Fire salary wages, so we had to increase this by $118,000 after we got into negotiations. Health salary wage, no part-time inspector. They have proposed a social service worker of $25,000. We're going to save it next year. Health insurance, I told you Parks, we have 2 retirees that we were charged to term of leave. Recreation, full-time, we have a individual included large retirement. Dispatch Fridays, so we take her out. Tax assessor, I have budgeted $75,000 to pay for future appeals. We'll be doing that. Traffic SW, we're adjusting headcount to bring that down by 55. Traffic OE, we had a signage cost in there, which will bring over to parking where it should be. Village council wish list, I have given you $25,000 for special projects, which we take away. That's the second we're going to continue. Village OE, we reduced that to the prior actual. Streets for OE, salt, and other contractual items, we have money in the trust account to pick up those. There are some costs in planning board which we think can be charged associated with the master plan, that's $40,000. Village manager, we have proposed $17,000 for conferences, outside conferences for departments. We're going to take that out. Clerk SW, instead of hiring someone and bringing someone on full-time from part-time on February 1, we'll actually July 1, that saves $11,000. We had a request to increase the individual who's part-time to full-time in the building department. Not going to allow that. And we're reducing part-time hours on inspectors by $10,000. So that results in $2 million reduction in appropriation. Thoughts?
Just so you know, we've spoken to each department director. We've let them know where the reductions are. And although, you know, they may not be thrilled with it, they understand. You know, many times people put in someone to be full-time, part-time, whatever it might be. And I can tell you personally that for the village clerk's office, I put in for a part-time person. I got it after 12 years because they could finally afford to put it in for me. So I get it personally. But, you know, it's just to get to that number again that we need to get to. So that's basically everything. As you know, if it is as the $51,018,175 is a 2.22 tax increase, and so
Why not introduce the 11?
right, we got to get it done by Wednesday night. That's the only way we can do that, and that's statutorily required as well.
Sure.
So we want to be able to do that.
Are we behind schedule? We're not behind.
We're not. We'll be right on schedule as long as we reintroduce then.
I feel like this seems like such a short window, and it was a leap year. It's odd.
It does seem odd. I mean, we even had an extra day.
A whole extra day.
Yeah, you know what, it depends.
Yeah, I guess that's the way
On the other thing too, it depends when the meeting falls in the month. Like if the meeting were, you know, if the month fell differently, then it would be later than the 10th or 11th. You know, maybe
just
the
seems
13th or
short.
14th.
It just
but-
seems like we're in a crunch or something.
Yeah, so.
Everybody okay with next steps is good? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll get you that Excel spreadsheet by department, what's recommended, what we're recommending taking out. And again, you know, just bring whatever you would like to see changed to the Wednesday meeting. And then.
You can let me know in advance.
Well, that too. I mean, and then if he sees those in common, then that would be good to just do it directly to Bob, don't copy everyone else.
Sure.
And then this way, you know, he can come back on Wednesday and say, you know, 4 of you wanted this to be funded at this amount. And then this way, at least your other colleagues will know that's the case. And, you know, whether or not you decide to do it or not is up to you in the end. You know, this is probably one of the first years that you have choices, but I think it's because our capital budget needs are high. And part of it is we have a lot of development of parks, we have a lot of paving, we have a lot of infrastructure things we're doing, which is great because we need to do it and we should have done it over the years, and we really haven't. In the recent years we have, but past years, we really didn't. So,
No, I
Fair.
agree. I think
Yeah.
that I just have to say, I think this village council has done a remarkable job
I agree.
in addressing our parks and our infrastructure, but it comes at a price, and we have to appreciate the fiscal wake-up call, but...
right, exactly.
Sting.
The sting.
Okay,
And I'll
so-
continue to have waterfront property on occasion from now until at least foreseeable future. Yeah, so we actually don't, I don't mind, but the other neighbors do. It's all good.
Okay.
Just occasional.
I have two of them.
All right.
So we have public comments, right?
Oh, do we go back to public comment?
Yeah.
I ended up using the electronic one. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. No, that's it. We're good? Back to public comments. Any comments from the public? Oh, public applause. Okay.
Never get applause.
We'll take that.
We'll take that.
Really? Wow. To you.
Right back at you. Thank you.
Sure.
Now you're going to have to say your name and address for the record.
I'm Carolyn Jacoby, 160 Godwin Ave.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
I need a big rubber band.